Glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight, because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother. The wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click can see that
能够双抓吗？但是时间好像不太够了。
They took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built burn. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
How do you get the charge left click? Can see that?
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
They took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Top Clans 2021 Naraka's Winter Invitational hosted by NetEase Games. I'm your host today, Renee. We're very pleased to gather here and enjoy the matches in Naraka Blade Point starting from today. I'm so excited and I can't wait for it. Today's matches will be live streamed on Twitch in English, Thai, and Vietnamese with exclusive Immortal Treasure drops. Don't forget to check out the Naraka's Blade Point channel and Top Clans channel. We also have live on Nimble TV, Video, EGG Network, Facebook, and YouTube. And special thanks to our local live stream partner, Mineski. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to our casters. Hi, guys. Hi, Asri. Hi, Rob. How are you doing right now?
Yeah, doing pretty good, Excited for today.
Okay, firstly, would you guys please give the audience a brief introduction of yourself? Let's start from Asri.
Yeah, so hi guys, I'm Asarai, shoutcaster for about 7 years and have been also getting into Naraka Blade Point. Super excited to get to be here and get started with our tournament.
Yeah. Raph? Your turn.
I'm Raph. I've been casting since 2017. You know, it's been a good minute for me too. I've been casting all sorts of things, and I've been with Asarai for, well, on the casting table for quite a number of years as well. Just super excited with Naraka and how everything has been turning out. Such a exciting game and a fresh take on a very familiar genre.
Okay, let's let the casters lead the audience to enjoy today's game.
Yeah, so it's gonna be you and me here, man. Again, Asarai and Raph. This duo hasn't casted in a while, and this is like our first time here for Naraka, right?
Absolutely, and on an event with such gravitas, with the amount of people we have, the skill ceiling, the cream of the crop, it's always such a pleasure to be on the same table with you, Asarai.
Yeah, very true, man. I'm also excited to get started with you as well because, dude, it's Naraka. It's our first time getting into this particular scene. Again, a well mix of the battle royale genre, as you said, with a new take that is the fighting game-esque aspect of Naraka Blade Point. Talked about this before in other broadcasts, but again, I think we could talk about it right now before we do, you know, introduce the tournament, introduce the teams and whatnot. But yeah, this is basically a fighting game with battle royale elements, and it's kind of created this really good, I think, like arena for people that want to try something out that's not, you know, shooty bang bang, that is the regular for like other battle royales. This is something different.
Absolutely, but of course we do have our ranged weapons, but we know that the main core of this game is all about getting down and dirty with CQC, with all the weapons we have. And like we said to our, you know, very lovely host, that this is such an exciting environment to be part of, to see the growth of this game right in front of our very eyes, especially considering this is a very nascent history. This is, I would say, still in its infancy, but already such big events coming our way.
Yeah, very big events. So we'll definitely show that later. So now we're going to be showing you guys a little bit more about what we have for the Winter Invitational in Top Clans 2021. So let's show it to our viewers here. Raph, I believe this is going to be the matches that we have for today. Bingo. So again, spread out into 5 days. I'm super bad at counting. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Yeah, five days.
Yes. 4 plus 1 equals 5.
But you don't even know what I mean. So for the first 3 days, it's all going to be group stages in a round robin format. As you guys can see, it's all going to be 3 series matches. Best of threes. It might be a bit confusing to our esports fans out there. It's not like, you know, first to 2. It's a full 3-game series where we're gonna stack up as many points as these teams can, a la the Battle Royale point system. But you'll see later on that we do have a bit of a difference here compared to other Battle Royales out there. And again, it's going to be A versus B, C versus D, and then the next day it's a swap, A versus C, B versus D, and so on and so forth, up until RAF, the finals.
That's right. And moving on to our playoffs and finals, if I am not mistaken, only the best of the best will be allowed in such a grand arena. And by that, I mean only the top 4 teams of each group. And we were just talking about our point system, our point distribution. Again, this is the standard Battle Royale fiasco, but with a very, very lovely twist. The higher you are, the more snowball you become, so the more unstoppable you get. So again, there's just so much urgency to be that top dog.
Yeah, getting the kills really does make the biggest of importance, because look at how the placement points. Because again, I've casted the Celestial Cup way back when with our other co-caster friends. I think that was Jaeger and G10, where the placement points was even higher than this one. But now they've really like smushed it so down below. Like if you go top 1, you only get a placement point of 5 points, and the kill multiplier before for top 1 was times 1.3. Now it's 1.6. Basically, example, if you have 10-point kills, that'll turn into 16 points, which immediately overtakes like the 5 points you get from top 1. So it's really, really down to how many kills you can get. Not necessarily if you get top 1, you'll be top 1. That's not really true. It has to be the most amount of kills will probably be the winner of each game.
Absolutely. And just a bit of a tidbit of information there. 10 times 1.6 was probably the most rehearsed thing we were talking about all day. But look at this prize pool. At the very top, that is 26,000 US dollars. That is not a joke whatsoever. And the growth of the scene looks just super, super healthy, especially with events like this. Just really enticing people. My goodness, Naraka is super fresh and with a very loaded prize pool.
Very, very loaded. This is a huge bump from the last major tournament that we have, at least in, I believe, this Southeast Asia scene. It's really gone way, 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 way up. And that's really why we have so many teams right now competing, joining, registering for the Winter Invitational, or the Winter Tournament. And as you can see, guys, as Ref mentioned a while ago, top 4 teams from each group will get into the grand finals for a 2-day escapade of who will be the greatest. That means that for our group stage, we have 8 teams per group. And again, Group A against Group B, and vice versa, Group C versus Group D, and then vice versa. There's going to be so much variation of possible outcomes here, because teams will be, we're going to be able to fight with Group B for like 3 games, and then the next time it's going to be another group. So your strategies or your understanding of other teams might not apply when you get into a different group. So it's really gonna put all of these competitors on their toes.
Absolutely. And since it is the very first day, there is going to be a lot of scouting out. This is definitely the feeling out stage. Again, we see a lot of heavy hitters here, a lot of familiar orgs already, and very familiar teams to those who have been following our Southeast Asia scene of Naraka. Like, for example, we have OM, we have EVOS, and, just to name a few. Again, guys, there's just so many surprises ahead, especially considering this is at the very start. We don't know how compatible each team is when it comes to playstyle, and this is going to be the introduction to our first match of the day, I believe.
Yeah, it is. So it's good. Again, it's basically a kind of rumble royale, a battle in the park, so to speak, between Group A and Group B. And I think this is the group that has the most amount of recognizable teams from our specific region here, Ralph. We got ourselves EVOs, Full Sense, at least for, esports organizations that have got, are already know with other games coming into Naraka Blade Point. But sorry, just to add, I'm also seeing, of course, other teams that have competed in other tournaments of Naraka Blade Point, such as, I believe, Knights Errant, KJD. Also have, of course, OM, which is On Me. I think maybe TGE and Oasis. I'm not entirely sure about that. But yeah, again, a lot of teams coming back, and a lot of teams wanting to prove themselves as well into this particular tournament.
That's right. And maybe this is the birthplace of stars, We might be witnessing who could be the next juggernaut of Naraka, or at least of our very own region. And again, looking at these teams, Azrak, again, just the excitement keeps ramping up. We all know that with a point system that really promotes the aggression we have, again, first place nets you what? A total of 5 points, but with a multiplier of 1.6, it really promotes as much fighting and showcasing the capabilities and the mechanics of the players and basically the mechanics of the game itself.
Yeah. So true. And again, it makes a lot of sense, right? We don't want any what's the word here? Heidi Hildas. That's just gonna be, or Heidi Henrys, so that we have like two names, because I don't wanna get into that.
Yeah.
Anyways, it just means that there is going to be a lot more emphasis on teams just going wailing at each other. And actually, to add to that, Raph, we were talking about this, yesterday when we were doing rehearsals, that what actual compositions we could be seeing for today. And now with us revealing to our viewers out there how the point system is going to work, I'll ask this to you real quick, man. What do you think are possible hero pickups that we're going to probably be seeing in these series, especially now that we do have the general out in the open as well, which they have not confirmed to us if he's actually going to be possible to pick up. So,
That's
just take it with a grain of salt, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, again, these are mostly just speculations, and we'll find out anyway when we get into the games later into the series and stuff. But again, Yushan, from what we've known and from what we've seen, is an incredibly strong initiator, with his F3 having a second layer of abilities being the passives. Again, if you pair that with a V3, you get additional protection and a lot of anti-CC in your arsenal. That being said, too, being in the Great General form, you're already doing so much AoE damage and pulling so much attention to yourself. I would love to see a hyper-aggressive comp with maybe a Tarka G, a Valdaki, and a Yushan. Again, just full-on aggro who needs heals when they're dead. But of course, we'll be seeing a lot more well-rounded teams with the resurgence of Tianhai and, like you said, the old classic Kurumi Viper Ning combo.
Okay, I'm seeing that definitely come out here. I'm also wondering if we're going to be seeing the Princess Yotohime. She does have some really nifty abilities that I think can work in shorter and even long duration skirmishes. Anyways, I do believe that the game is now ready. Again, we have a series of 3 here for Group A versus Group B. So let's get into it, guys. First game of the day. Again, Group A versus Group B here at Top Clans 2021 Naraka Winter Tournament.
And talking about Yotohime, such a wonderful hero to pick up as well. Like you said, there's a lot of flexibility with her abilities to go with the Spirit Sword. We already have a bit of a scuffle here. Oh no, there's a bit of a straggler getting finished off incredibly quickly by Team 1. I would have said that this is the more innocuous part of the match, but it does look like we're gonna go for an all-out brawl. A spear has already been picked up, and to my surprise, we actually see an F2 on Valdaki here. But beautiful blue focus here, another scuffle, and everybody just seems to be getting picked off left and right.
Yeah, a little bit blurry on my end, so I can't fully tell who's right in front of me right now, but I do know that this is the Yotohime being picked up. So I was kind of wondering what that was, what it was going to be about. I believe this is Oasis. Again, with Abyss Dream, Sun Whisper playing at the helm. It seems like Sun and teammates are already incredibly low. Abyss Dream was the only one that was able to get out of that kind of sticky situation and finally get a kill. And again, Raph, also can't forget to mention, for those who are just tuning in, I'm pretty sure a lot of them are already like Naraka veterans, so they know what's coming up here. Anyways, we do have Full Sense coming into the swing. I'm wondering how they're going to be able to win this one out. Lots of spears being picked up already, whether that's what they want to use or not. It seems like Full Sense are actually getting the gist of things, already chasing down quite a bit of opponents here and winning out the duels. And this is also what I wanted to point out as well. Because there's the resurrection bead, I believe, in our tournament mode here, that means that these guys can just go straight up, look for fights before the first circle comes in, and then they're going to be just fine dying because they want to stack up the points more than they want to maybe get the early items, because even so, you could just go to somewhere random and still be able to find some, how do you say this? Okay, loot.
That's right, and it does look like Team 15 is going to start wailing on one person. Yeah, like you said, that resurrection beat is definitely going to come into play. We did see that greatsword do quite a bit of work there, extending the life just by a tiny bit. But like I said, that F2 is going to come out from that Valdeki, not really catching anybody. A big scuffle here. The Dragon Rush is going to come out, and that is going to be, well, not enough yet, but oh, gets turned around. Once again, this is a mosh pit of everybody, and I mean everybody, just swinging for the fences super early.
You know, I got to talk with Master Demo the other day, and I was kind of wondering what's like the go-to weapon right now. And when two weapons came to his mind real quick when I asked him, he said one was the dagger and one was the super cheesy weapon right now, which is the greatsword. Raph, lo and behold, we have like
wow,
every
so
single team has like one or two great swords already. We do have here, I believe, those guys, B-Techie, playing as the Tian Hai, trying to use his ultimate, the Titan, just to get out of a sticky situation for the moment, so that he can at least get some good positioning and whatnot. Yotohime's already activated the ultimate, and look at how much damage it does. An easy target acquisition because of the big monk that was out there. Still gonna get caught in the open as the grapples come in to chase. There's the Valdeki using the balls, using the bubbles, and that will be the end of it for this 13th team. Yugo already out. Well, they will still be able to respawn, but they've been wiped as a whole squad.
Yeah, you pointed out Tian Hai. Again, Tian Hai has been seeing a bit more resurgence here. Maybe on a bit more of supporter role, because we haven't seen a Kurumi yet. But what we are seeing right now is a bit of a scuffle here. The blue focus misses. The parry, there was an attempt, but no, too much. The Vajra trying to grab anybody here. It does look like we have a Viper Ning popping the ult here. Finds two. The stun is out. Can they finish this off? No. Lands one hit though. But it does look like this scramble is going out. Not everybody staying in the pocket here. Trying to find as many stragglers as they can. They're really avoiding that Tian Hai ult here. Trying to grab as many stragglers as they can. No schools for the chase. But here we are. Just stays alive. Oh, that's going to be a lot of damage on the Rain Man here. I think that's going to be an Abyssal Aura on that dagger. But that gold cloak is so incredibly hard to deal with. But we already have a Valdeki ult. Catches so many people. Like super problematic. And oh my goodness, once again, that gold armor is going to keep that person alive for as long as it can. But in the midst of three people, what can you really do?
It's basically, you know, strength in numbers. When you have that many people just wailing on you, there's not really much chance but to just try to escape. And speaking of which, the big Titan has come in here. So we're playing a little bit of Attack on Titan as he tries to grapple people. Ideally, he would want to get two so that he can smack it for an easy or for an instant takedown. But even one is just good enough because you can play a little bit of that pinata just being picked up by the Titan and your teammates can just wail on them, so to speak. Now we do have last person standing for victory here, trying to run away with the dagger. No armors in hand already, using as much mobility as possible, but there's too much targets. There's just too many people. Well, again, just chasing him down. Can't really find anything because he's way out into the open, so any form of anything could just be impossible. Valdeki once again setting stuff up really strong right now into the trend of these hero pickups, and it seems like our Evo's team looking a little bit damn decent. This Valdeki is having so much value, but at the end of things, the opponents, the teams that were just going up against Evos, were able to go all the way around Valdeki's abilities and just basically traverse through the slows and the crowd control, so to speak.
That's right, and Harry Party here. After a bit of a party here as well. Then we have the full right click, full charge, trying to knock off as many people off Team Evos. If I'm not mistaken, they're trying to go for the reses here. But like we mentioned, guys, everybody is really getting into those kill points that we just mentioned. The Bane Breath has already been present as well. So far, we haven't seen anybody visit the shop as much, so we have to consider the fact that the Soul Jades are still left on the table here. LTV have no issues here. They did use that Bane Breath for just a bit more safety on that loot. Speaking of loot, INF looking super healthy. The same can't be said here. We do see a full Dragon Rush coming in, but that Tian Hai F is going to save it just a tiny bit longer. Spirit Slash is going to come out. Going to buy a bit of time. The Ominous Blade is ready, but isn't getting popped yet. Trying to recover while the teammates provide as much distraction as they can. And so far, this fight is still ongoing. We already have our first down here. Ooh.
I love this.
He doesn't have anything on him, bro. He's just,
I think he got
he's just
parried
big.
up,
No, he has a dagger. Okay, I was wondering. All right, then. Oh, you've angered him. Wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Too late to
One
choose
is already hiding in the hut here, and this is such a big contrast to what we saw way back. I think that was last month during the Celestia Cup, where there was very nay a Tianhai in sight. I don't think maybe out of the, like, let's say 100 players, like a bit too, maybe like 50 or actually no, 20% were just at Tianhai players. Now it's like 60% from the looks of it. Looking very, I'd say, worth it, just because you can charge it so quickly, and when you get actually caught, you do have the great sword with that clash mechanic to at least help you right back up, as we are seeing so many of these teams come into and use. Speaking of which, though, I think the circle has not yet gone onto the next phase, so we are seeing still some teams still go incredibly aggressive because they want to use that resurrection bead just so that they can get that value again for the straight up kill. Now, looking into it, we do have We Create Legend, Team 14, white all across the board. Haven't seen Ani yet, which is, oh, never mind, here they are. I'm wondering how they're going to be able to fare this one out, as they are up against Bamboo Esports. Yoto Hime with a spear. Quite a good build, because you do have so much mobility, you have a lot of spacing, and you can use this just to kind of dart in and dart out of the fight. TGE here also in the precipice of it. Rip 113 back into the fray. I've been seeing this guy show up in so many events right now, and he's back once again for the Invitational, but it seems like the rest of his team also getting ripped up apart. Quite unfortunate, but that's going to be that for them. But as I mentioned, I think they still might be able to resurrect, as the zone has yet to really gone to full. Viper Ning with the tether. Let's see how that happens.
Again, that's exactly huge. Again, we saw a lot of teams try to fight for positioning for the Motor's Blessing here, but this is not on the agenda yet. The Titan's call has been answered, so they are going to make a mad dash out of here. Yet another Titan is here to equalize as much as they can. A lot of CC being happened, but uh-oh, you are Gonski's going to get thrown. Just uses the stun here. Kevin looks to grab yet another player, but so far no dice. Everybody's just darting around. QE, they have to be a bit careful here. The HP is definitely not in their advantage. However, the swarms are coming out. He does get a good pull here with blue armor. This isn't going to last for too long, and finish is going to be there too. It's all finally done. Valaki ult, another nightmare, is here, catching out everybody. The question is, how long, or rather, how possible is this turn? So far, with trios like this, you can't really account for mix-ups because you're getting wailed on so many directions. He has to run into the Bane Breath here just for a bit more safety. Will recover all that armor, but the health, it's slowly getting back up as the rest of his team still engage in this big brawl. They do come out alive, and they do come out with even better loot. And of course, the importance of the kill points that we were talking about, definitely in their favor as of the moment.
There's so much action happening, I can't even like see how many players are still alive. We're down to 35 now, ladies and gents. Yeah, the Bane Breath, they gotta try to dodge all of that. In any case here, it's been such a bloody take, and I was incredibly curious how this was gonna go, because we've seen, like, way in the past, a lot of players just play so incredibly passive just so that they can get into the upper echelons of the ranking. But now that the ranking technically doesn't matter anymore, everybody's just committing to the fight. And if you're not really prepared for it, you know, as a team, this could really hurt your chances. Speaking of which, Full Sense didn't really had the best of showings during the Celestia Cup. They were fairly all right, but not enough to actually get into the top ranks to get high into that tournament. Oh, the double clap. That is a big one from this monk right now that we are seeing. Again, Infinity into the mix of things. Ultimate is just about to go down. Look at this other Titan that's just right beside him, waiting for the D-Titan. Okay, we'll see how that kind of goes, as this is just pure mess right now, and who's going to be able to clean this right back up, as Infinity still trying to whip people out. Perfect, that's it. Rainman's already out. Double peek, and there's the slap, and Rainman's trying to run for dear life now. Oh, this is just pure messy fights, so to speak. Infinity, Monk should be de-tightening. Yeah, there it is, and we go to another fight here now.
That's right, and again, Tianhai has so much presence here. We're seeing the value of, honestly, we see a lot of V3s as well, maybe even classic V1s and V2s. It does look like, I believe that's Kai's trying to isolate people from the fight here, just trying to give his team as big of a number advantage as they can, because again, the value of the Titan call is you isolating. When you can't hit those left clicks and those right clicks, well, what are you really trying to do here? And he is going to D-Titan here, giving him a bit more mobility, but still the scuffle in the village is still ensuing, full sense. Again, trying to clean out as much as they can. They decide to disengage from Team 12 here, and there's no chase happening, so I think every team is aware of the fact that the resurrection needs, oh boy, they are running very, very low. And the absence is starting to push a lot of our teams, our very beloved teams, into passivity.
This is the point where we might see just the dust settle a fair bit, so to speak. Right? We have 16 teams in total with 3 players per team. So we're kind of just splitting the herd as of the moment. Now seeing that the circle is tightening in, a lot of these teams will be going near the east of Shadow Jade Mine. And look at how many there are already with like 30 people remaining. This is an absolute war zone, Raph. Oh my gosh. And now they're just picking out their teeny tiny little bases. We were talking about so much about how, again, there's more emphasis on the melee weapons and whatnot when you're going to be playing in these trio tournaments, but having yourself, again, those muskets, those bows, and everything else in between as range weapons just to kind of help you zone out opponents on the location that you want to hunker down as the zone closes in is also a pretty good thing. I've seen like what is it, like the flamethrower, the firebringers, the split bows that really help you just kind of solidify your positioning. And speaking of which, we are seeing some teams use that. Really the Soul Jade that allows it to happen just for the moment. Team 12, Kai's all of his armor in just a blink of an eye, but his teammates trying to re-engage into it. There's some teammate F. Beautiful stuff. Using the teleport just to close the distance and hit more on that damage. But, of course, not really going to be too good as we do have the Sandstorm used just to disengage. And, oh, man, the fireworks just being thrown as well. The stuns in between, and you just cannot escape that succession of abilities.
That's right, Temok. Really, really good at keeping third parties at bay and third partying themselves, but it does look like we are going to go for yet another bit of a lull here as they're just trying to poke each other out with as much ranged weaponry as they can, but it does look like the engage is going to come. They are forced to fight. Goes for a dive in here. So far, no dice. The Temok out. The Temok F.
I'm being attacked.
Grabbing anything. Trying to play around the umbrella as well. Nope, the Falcon Key ult, the Nether Nightmare coming into play. And it's QE doing such a good job of trying to be in the middle of all of this, but here we are. The Ominous Blade from the Titan Call. That is going to be loads upon loads of damage, and I think that's going to be it exactly for Mines. QE operating on a deficit right now. Not the best look. It does look like they are forced to disengage here, Asterai, as once again, he finds a rat. We were just talking about rats, and no matter what Battle Royale, it could be a bit of a problem. But the Bane Breath has been expended, trying to give them a bit more safety and a bit more problems for anybody trying to oppose them. So might run into Team 8 here. Potential third party. I think the last round of Team 6 as they're trying to disengage from whatever is happening here. Or never mind, that is Team 9. Team number 1 just right around the corner. So this could be a three-way brawl. It is ensuing. Bane Breath once again. This time around only for 15 seconds being used. I love the decision making here. They understand that the circles are finally getting smaller and smaller, using all those Bane Breath just to build so much space. They do have enough loot, but like you said, oh wow, they actually try to fight for the Moor's Blessing here. They did have early advantage, but nope, not anymore.
It's just kind of ridiculous how different it is. Oh, he got latched on. Who's still on the follow-up? That is Oasis on the chase. Looking into another fight here. Yeah, there we go. 2 versus 2 from the looks of it. And we'll see how this kind of goes. Loves is getting pincered in by the rest of the Oasis squad, but he's doing a really fantastic job of kind of just spacing around, dipping right back in and out, and that's perfect. Loves, what a succession of abilities. Now, it's 2 versus 1, and Oasis, you came to the wrong side of the neighborhood. And they just got slapped. They just got evicted from the premises. Oh my god, sir, I'm just asking you to please vacate the premises right now. And they just did that.
Calm down.
Calm down.
We're already seeing a bit of musket action here and a little bit of outside area fights as Bamboo still trying to lick their wounds from that previous encounter. Team 14, a bit of a jiffy as well. Now we jump to team number 12 as Kai's. He's been the man of the hour. Has been surviving for as long as he can. Bamboo, do they bend or break? Man, being dropped to low health, especially in this scenario, not the greatest. Can they swap out the armor as quickly as they can? No, they can't. And like I said, when you are wailed on by 2 or more people, there's just there's very little counterplay. You can't account for both mix-ups, and it becomes incredibly problematic. They're stuck within the Temok ult here. Asbon, though, he has to get the hell out of there. Does not want to have any part of that anymore. Team number 12 operating on one lone survivor, being chased by the rest of team number 4. And if I am not mistaken, let me check.
Oh, there it is.
Here. That could be Infinity. And they are going for the distance. Sorry, they really want this. That's a bit of armor getting shaved off by that F. Asbon does such a great job of just trying to dash out. Will hit the mix. Avoids the red parry here. And oh my goodness, he disarms one. He goes for it. The gold focus is coming out. Trying to relinquish as many weapons as they can. But the spears are here. Oh my goodness, a bit of a raid boss with that abyssal aura. Too much of a problem, and the longsword from Tam will finally eliminate the rest of RP.
They're attacking me.
So painful. Unless you're like a Matari or something that can just maybe blink away to increase the range as much. You just have to also expect that your opponents will have a grapple just to follow up on you. And speaking of which, Infinity not out of the waters just yet. They're just being pincered in. There's just no breathing space for Infinity as of the moment. There's one on top of them as well. So if they try to go and scale the mountain, there's going to be a squad right there waiting for them. Excuse me. And here we are. Squad number 10 wins. Oh, they're hiding perfectly into the brush, but they got kicked out. They got to just back away. Bax is already taking some damage, and he's just leaving his teammate out there to dry out into the open. Loves, what you got to do, man? Gonna try to fight it again? No, he just tried to create some space, leaving his teammate just to heal back up ever so slightly. But this is a 3 versus 2, and they have to just try to at least create some distance, because there's just no way in hell they're going to be able to win this in that numbers matchup. At least Infinity find themselves a nice little uphill here that they can fight on, but they still want to really go for this chase. Question is, will this be possible? Loves, he does have the Titan, but in the 3 versus 2, I don't think it's going to be possible, especially in Banks activates the ultimate. That's going to be a big one, and as well as the Twilight Crimson, everybody tries to escape. Loves, no, he's just pincered in. Yeah, there's a stun. He does have the bell for the shield, but is that going to be enough? Titan denied. That's not going to be possible for you, as Infinity still go in above and beyond with 3 players standing strong. My goodness.
I'm surprised Infinity came out unscathed there, but once again, Bamboo has been fighting for this Moru's blessing here. They've been trying to seize as much area control as they can. He does get hit by full blue focus here. Trying to heal up his NDQA. He does have the Titan's Call, so he can answer at any time whatsoever. They are trying to swarm them as quickly as they can, but another Nightmare's here, catches all of them! Gold armor is going to keep them alive for just a tiny bit. The spears are going to come out. They single one out. 2v3 now. A quick elimination up to Unique here. Does drop that beautiful Doge icon that's been released very recently, by the way. But here we are back into the action. A Plexus on me. Levels things out. 2v2 now. We'll have to try and equal things out since F2 is off cooldown, but no, it is not to be for NDQA, the Tianhai. The bell was not there in time to save him. And he's just trying to spool his way out of here. Infinity's not having any of this business. Has to expend the bell. Will eventually get the knock. Beautiful full charge on that longsword. And they finally take him down. A bit of a dragged out fight, but a beautiful isolation by that Nether Nightmare here, as we are going to go back looking at full sense. They are very heavily kitted as of the moment. Have quite a bit of heals. Taking just a little bit of time to reload all their ranged weaponry and repair all the melee ones. But this musket doing a bit of work for Infinity. Here we are again. Just one of those things where it's going to be a poke battle. As soon as they see half HP, they're going to jump onto this. Guaranteed they're going to jump onto this. Waiting for one more musket shot, and that could trigger everything. Is the commit going to come? Are they scared of the third party? There is a bit of a thief in the night in that tree if you just saw that quick sneak peek.
Such a different spell as well. Valdequi, last time we saw her, it's not as optimized as this, Raph. A month has passed and everybody just knows now when, where, and how to use that ultimate from the Valve Queen. As you mentioned, such a scary spell. Infinity, they found themselves a nice little hut here. Actually, everybody's found themselves a nice little hut to kind of fight on. Just in the center of the pack, there's a little bit of obstacles that you can use to give you some cover. Oliver's found himself some bombardment weaponry just to kind of create some space. And he still has that great sword, man. This thing has been, like, I would love to see, like, maybe a...
Yeah, again, the great sword has been...
The shadow thickens.
Amazing tool for a lot of these 3-1. The rock, paper, scissors game completely changes. It is not a conventional weapon whatsoever. It doesn't have a traditional uppercut, but that full horizontal does have a follow-up. It does look like there's going to be a trouble on top here in Aspen. Once again, the gold folks coming out. The Viper's ult does manage to come out. We still have the ominous blade too, ready to rock and roll if ever Slows chooses to do that after
Wow, it's right on top with a Titan. That's kind of ridiculous. He basically creates himself into a sentry. Slaps one down. As long as he can get like that one yoink, you're in such a perfect spot. There it is. One yoink. Teammates, hit him up for me, please. Nobody can follow. A little bit unfortunate.
Fortunate, and here we have D-Tide Tianhai on Tianhai 1v1 here. The disengage is going to come out, and the heals aren't too high as of the moment. He does have to expend the bell here, so he might just... Oh no, he doesn't. The school will finally get him. Not a lot of armor and not a lot of life to be spared, as he does finally get annihilated. Bamboo looking strong despite all the fights that they did take very, very early. They are down one member. Don't have any resurrection beads alive, and we're down to the final 10. This hut looking amazing. Nobody is relinquishing this high ground, and all these purple and gold cannons doing so much trouble. The Titan Skull is still there. Everybody just kind of holding off for one pick. And once again, that bell, that beautiful, beautiful Tianhai bell has been the savior of so many players, but NDQA is having none of it. Come down here. I don't want to play these games no more. Try to guard Blue, try to cover his teammates. Just trying to re-equip themselves with cannon. Just doing so much damage. Soldier that ignites people. Not entirely sure if it's into play right now. It doesn't matter. So many explosions. A reload has to come. A bit of a window vulnerability here. But I love this meta. Circle's getting small. Area of damage, absolutely perfect. Just keep throwing out the cannonball.
You know what? To kind of add to that as well, you don't want to lose the position that you already have. It's such a great placement, right? You got a nice amount of cover. You can see a good vantage point over at the remaining safe zone of the field. So having something like this, like the cannons, as you mentioned, is the thing to go for as of the moment. Maybe if you have a bow, then get a float. That would be perfect, right? But it's not going to happen for now. Now, we do have Pateki, last person from TG, those guys, and they're just running away from him. Like, this is the problem right now. If you're a solo Titan, you're so easily out into the open. And when you D-Titan, can you actually really escape? Maybe he can with his bell, but this is just wishful thinking. Right now, he's just imitating Scorpion. Get over here, if he can. Now, there it is. He turns into the normal man. Everybody just collapses on him. And he's like, guys, I'm over here. And then as he just turns into a D-Titan, right? And everybody just like goes straight into his position. Oh, the humanity. Okay, that's... Oh my goodness. Everybody just throwing out ultimate. There's another Titan being onto the call. Ultimate from the Yotahime as well. And everybody's unloading everything into that one tiny corner of our map here. And the Viper makes Twilight Crimson. How many people will get stunned by that? That is ridiculous.
Ridiculous. And the value of the Spirit Sword are also doing so much work here, but once again, the Titan's Call. The Titan's Call has been the MVP of this game, and I just don't understand what's happening. They are going to collapse on that man. They thought, wait a minute, he's not a giant anymore. They'll jump on him, and that's exactly what's happening. Gold armor disappearing in the blink of an eye. Oh dear me. The heals are trying to come out from the Kurumi here, but is it enough? Is it really enough? It's after the armor restore. The red carry will get dodged. Gold focus coming out. Fights too!
Yeah, that was perfect. That was perfect. Just twirling the spear around just as a great follow-up. Bamboo is just doing everything right and proper here. Down to 6 already. We see a lot of down players here, so no pickups anymore. There it is. Final Titan quadra kill onto the one. Infinity and Bamboo at the thick of things. And when it's so close right here, it's all about the predictions on the grapple, on the yoinks. He spotted out one. There's actually 2 Titans. I thought maybe my feed was lagging, but they were just right on top of each other, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. There it is. Bringing them outside for extra damage. Slap them right back out. And that's the first kill already. We do have 4 remaining. Oh my gosh, this is like a wrestling arena where there's nothing that you can do because there's just 2 Titans in the thick of things. We do have 1 more player from Infinity remaining, and he brings out... Okay, there you go. And he just kills him. So good.
Yeah, I love it. Martial arts are no match for my oversized buzzsaw. That should be it. That should be it. That is the weakness of any swordsman. Do not bring a sword to a chainsaw fight. And Bamboo, despite all their troubles, despite all the fights we had, especially in the desert area of the maps, they come out on top. And congratulations to them.
I mean, you know the old saying that Bamboo's even through under all that force does not break, only bends. Timing, you did see how many just faltered to it, but a lot, but never really broke. Congratulations to Bamboo for winning the first game of our first group here between A and B. And honestly, that was an incredible match, so to speak. There was so much stuff happening, and again, we were also curious how the flow of the game would be. If there's some teams that will just, wait a little bit into the edges, but once we started the match, no team wasted any time. They just picked up any weapon that they can have, and if they have an opponent in their sights, they just went in for it. If you get a kill, great. If not, at least you can use a resurrection to get back into the fight and then loot proper, and then you can just try to get into the end of the game. But again, there was literally no breathing space for us and no breathing space for the players.
Yeah, again, talking about BE there, once again, big congratulations to them. One part of that map that I really wanted to point out was their very stingy control of that Moru's Blessing. I pointed it out. I thought they were going to go for a bit of a retreat, but that was not the case. They actually got the Blood Ripper already, which honestly won them the game too, aside from all their mechanics, aside from the great macro play. We didn't see too many uppercut combos, but then again, when there's 3 of you wailing on one guy, I don't really need to do that, don't we?
Yeah, you don't have to go that hard and show off your micro abilities to that regard. Maybe we'll see it later. But gotta say, one of the players that really stood out to me that at least we were able to see a little bit longer than the other fights was Loves from Quincy. Maybe an homage to Bleach, I don't know. But yeah, Quince. Really good use of that dagger combination, just being able to just rip in and out. There's really nothing you can do much as an opponent when you are able to use that with really good timing. You did see how many just faltered to it, but gotta say, Raph, I did not expect to see this many great swords. And a great sword, even if it's just like the normal one, not the purple or the gold, it rips your HP so quickly so that these fights can be just done in just a snap. It's crazy.
You'd think, right, that some of the properties would be only apparent or present in the higher tiers of the greatsword, but no, the moment you get a greatsword, you get everything, more than just the damage, right? But again, that was honestly a wonderful point that you mentioned there. We did see quite a bit of dagger action. Again, the dagger has been one of the latest additions to the game weapon-wise, and it's been the darling for a lot of people. They say that the outplay for the Abyssal Aura is, you can see them jump. Well, again, guys, this is trios. There's just so much happening on your screen. It's really hard to pinpoint who's doing what to avoid what type of mix-up or what type of Oki. Because the tech chases, we saw them, they're very present. But the moment you get the knockdown, especially with the presence of a Valdeki, I don't know, Chief, it just becomes 10 times more difficult.
It really was. And again, we're just starting here with the tournament. Again, we still have basically 5 more games of this to watch. So all we have to do right now is just, for us, cast, for you guys, sit back and relax and enjoy the show. It's so incredibly chaotic like we couldn't even catch up with what was with so much happening on the board there. Everybody was just chasing something. Everybody was just looking for fights every single time. And there was really nothing that these teams could really do if they wanted to take a break and space out, right? Because if they try to even slow down for, let's say, like 30 seconds just to maybe loot and figure out what's going to be happening on the map, you lose more time to go for fights, and in turn also net some kill points with that. So definitely after this 3-game series that we have, would love to see how the points are already ongoing, and maybe even to see the points that already have gone for this game number 1. I think we're gonna show that later when we come from the break. But yeah, again, kind of interesting that a lot of the teams that the esports teams that have kind of joined here, the established ones, getting into the really thick of things and getting farther in the tournament than I would have expected. Ergo, Full Sense.
That's right. And again, talking about Full Sense as a team, we saw them take a lot of smart disengagements there. I thought they're trying to play a bait and switch, but no, they opted to go for the positioning, which benefited them for as long as it did. One thing that we have to point out too, not a lot of Tarka G this tournament. I believe he was a pretty prevalent pick in the previous tournament. That's right, correct me if I'm wrong. But it does look like the game is shifting to a more team-oriented approach. Once again, the Valdeki Nether Nightmares, the Viper Nings, Tether, it just has proven to be so problematic. Even Yotohime's F3, I believe, with the slow and the block, has been used just a tad bit defensively. We saw the value in the last circle as well, protecting that lower level of the hut while some of their players reload their cannons. And honestly, we hope to see more of that. Just a lot of strats that's being shared to our viewers out there. I hope you guys are having fun. And like we said, man, just so much Naraka happening.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we've just begun with this one. It's going to be a continual stretch of matches for this one, and at least for now we're just waiting for the queue to go into that break, and once we do, we're just gonna show you guys the highlights that we saw from game number 1, so we'll see how that kind of goes. Also wanted to point out as well that some of the teams that I was expecting to get into the later stages of our match here weren't as present as I expected it to be. Like, I was so excited for On Me because again, they had such well-known, well-regarded players such as Frostivus and Master Demo, but when we saw them in our perspective, they were being chased down, and then it was just like up to the Plexus, I believe, to maybe survive or delay his demise for a longer time, but they never really came. So what's kind of interesting here again is a lot of these teams really come into this one prepared, because the previous one for the Celestial Cup, even though everybody was, really wanting to win in that particular tournament, I felt like there was just a really huge discrepancy. Here, there's not as much. Everybody is willing to do anything, and they have, as you mentioned, right, a lot more understanding of the strategies that they want to use. I think in the Celestial Cup, it was a little bit more like what they think is going to be good, they use, but now it's what they've already tried, because I've been hearing a lot of these teams have been doing scrims, so they definitely do know now what they want to utilize in this tournament, and it is showing its value to us, right?
That too, and like you said, there's a lot of prominent players. Potentially the reason why they're getting picked off so early is that they have the biggest targets on their back, and once again, we've seen a lot of those clutches coming in the 2v3s, the 1v3s even. Although it's rare, especially with the ability combinations. I mean, what am I even talking about already? It's just, I'm so excited for Naraka.
It's the bomba combos, man.
Yeah. It's just really a fantastic game, and I think a lot of people early in its lifespan really thought it'd be dominated by pure mechanics, and it's really gonna be those top 500 beasts to really dominate it all. But I'm glad that there's just such a strategic side to things. They've been picking their fights. They've been utilizing all the ultimates as well as they can, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
And again, I think that could be most of the thoughts for our first game. Just a lot of action. That's how we would see a first game for a very, very long tournament like this. A lot of feeling out. So guys, maybe we might take a bit of a slower turn in the future. Who knows?
Who knows? And to kind of add to that as well, right? Again, we saw before, I'll just call it like this. There was a lot more selfish heroes that we saw in previous tournaments. You know, like again the Tarka G. Even though his blackout is amazing, he has the loop the loop sequence that he can use in fights, as well as the Matari's envy. It's not as important, I think, right now. We could see it later. Don't get me wrong, guys. Don't get me wrong. We could see it later. It's still actually really strong, but I believe it's not as important as, you know, the Twilight Crimson from the Viper Ning, the Titan's Call from the Tianhai, and the one for Val de Kui. So basically all of these just team fighting ultimates that they can use to turn the tide of battle in their favor. And it really does help, right? Because we saw when you're getting collapsed on, you have the Val de Kui's ultimate up, press that F, or press that V, excuse me, and you can literally just flip the switch and you're on the offensive from being, you know, chased down by like a single squad. It's really amazing for that. So anyways, I believe the highlight is ready, guys. We're going to go on a break. Enjoy this one. We'll be right back. Yeah, here we are. We're back. Raf, I think you're a bit muted there, buddy.
I got hit.
There you go. You got hit by the mute button.
Nah, it wasn't the mute button. It was the Valdeki, you know, the Enigma lockdown. The abilities were disabled. I couldn't say anything. But yeah, guys, we were jumping right back into it, I suppose. Asrai is definitely entertained by the fact that I was silenced. You know what I mean? Yeah. But again, guys,
debuffed.
I was debuffed. And again, I guess we're jumping right back into game 2, considering we are right back here as well.
Yeah, we're just gonna have like a chill discussion, you know, for you're gonna start the points and stuff, just to recap for our viewers out there. So that's gonna be good. Yeah, it's okay. I interrupted you, right, man. Sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I mean, talking about the points that we've again put so much value in, it's the multipliers. I'm not entirely sure who's on top because we saw a lot of aggression from Quincy, but obviously what happened was it was Bamboo, right, who took the top spot. So the calculation, again, I'm not very good at math, guys. Pardon me, I'm so sorry. So in my head, it's like, oh, so they get the bonus 5 points. I'm not entirely sure who has the most kill participation because everybody, and I mean every single team, was really running it up, you know. I got my weapons. If I want better loot, I'm going to try and farm as many enemies as we can.
Yeah, so it seems like we are going to go for that quick break, guys, just to give us a bit of time to, recuperate and, of course, set up the next lobby. So don't go anywhere. This is the legitimate break. We'll be right back.
に持ってった外に持ってった How do you get the charge? Left click! Can Z
还
not
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
And we are back, guys. So, as you saw, wow. Just wow. Points like Group B, Team 2, Group B, Team 1, like just that. I went overboard. I went so high up. 33.8 points for Bamboo Esports. That's huge, Raf. Anyways, me, Asray, with me, Raf.
That's right, guys. Again, it's just the excitement again and the overall shock value. Well, not really shock. We all knew Bamboo was coming in with guns blazing, with swords swinging. But 33.8 points, I didn't expect to have such a landslide. Typically, you'd take a few games to really solidify your lead. But Bamboo doesn't care. They're like, you know what? Yeah, let's just take game one, get 20 plus kills or something. It's all good. Doesn't really matter.
And what's kind of crazy about it is game 2 is also ready, guys, so we're just going to transition into that. What's kind of crazy about it is that's about if you divide 33.8 by 1.6, right? Because again, they have the multiplier for top one for the kills. That's around 20-ish kills, which is almost half of the server. Just think about that.
Or don't, if you really don't want to. You just might want to look at the
you're
game,
afraid
go
of it,
ahead.
Yeah.
Ambush.
But once again, while
Evasive
Bamboo
maneuvers.
showing their stuff, once again, a bit more innocuous part of the game here. At least this is probably the only breathing room we might get. Team 1, which is EVOS, is already so close to team number 12. And Chase is already being ensued. The umbrella is there just for a bit of safety. And look at the spread. Everybody has pretty much claimed their own territory, and anybody who's trying to contest, well, the fight is going on between mentioned teams, EVOS. team number 1 with Leonia on that super popular Tian Hai now. Looks like we're going to find an early pickoff here, but have no fear. We do have resurrection beads in play, but those points are all the same. Those points are all the same. Does look like this is going to be a 3-team scuffle now, as we do have a bit of a third party. Look at that, a lot of damage being thrown out here. The Divine Bell is going to get tossed out, but does not matter as the timing from everybody else is just absolutely on point. The time bought, the time borrowed, quickly dissipated.
Yeah, I mean, what can you really do with the bell, right? When there's literally like 3 people. They just bounce off for about a split second, and then right after, they're just going to follow up on you. So if there's like literally nothing that you can do right afterwards, you're just basically screwed. So I think you can really do too much in that regard. Evo's back into the fight once again. Using the bubbles just to kind of slow everything down, the pace a little bit. Rival, a bit of a beating here as he loses all of his armor and HP short thereafter. Evo's can't really claw their way out in this one from the looks of it. We transition into another fight. Kind of would like to see Evo's fight a little bit longer because I want to see how that kind of fares right back out. YG Yugo also into the fight against Evo's, and I think, yeah, we kind of got a little bit too late into it, but Evo's already out of the board. Resurrection is used, so they'll have to lose that one. There's the last player from Evo's. Now they're going to have to resurrect as a whole team.
Pretty much so. Not a good start for Evo's, relinquishing 3 points. We already have the time of ulti being thrown out here in the middle of the healing circle, so this is pretty much a done one for the opposing team as, oh my goodness, RP getting caught out with the Ominous Blade as well. YG can take into this if they really choose to. So while they're playing a bit of patience, just picking off the stragglers one by one. The numbers game has been super apparent. The moment they find one knock or somebody that's half HP, they completely collapse that person. Not much we can do as we see the Viper Ning popping the ult as well. A lot of CC trying to escape, but nope, the stun is going to be there with half armor left. YG is on the prowl. Do they find it though? Or do they expend the spools here? As Low does not have any, at least not even on any of these bodies. The Chase will have to go on without him, but that's pretty much a secured kill if I am not wrong, or if I'm not jinxing anything. The Ominous Blade is going to come out just to secure it. A lot of damage being thrown out as well. And once again, the F is going to come out too. Oh man, the defensive F. Gold focus. Oh dear.
That Ominous Blade did absolutely nothing too much in that particular fight. Titan's Call also active in this one. Heals will be back up here for Recreate Legend. There is so many big boys on the playing field here. Fortunately enough, the other teammate was able to back away. Can't really slap that down where just like one person can only really just throw. There's the chase down. I believe you don't heal, right, when you de-Titan, so like you don't get back to like 100 HP or something. So literally if you're like one hit, you de-Titan to 1 hit. So if you can use that immediate Tian Hai Bell to maybe parry one of the slashes and then use that flinch to create space and back away, that's perfect. But if you can't, you're basically dead in the water. You're dead to rights. Speaking of dead to rights, there it is, the follow-up. Bell to create some space. That's what you're looking for. Goes up the tree. Smart movement here from PP's Bogart, and he is surviving long time. Problem is, though, he can only just do the sequence, and that's just going to prolong maybe the inevitable here. Everybody's just chasing him down. It's like those hunter games, right? When you're throwing out those piercing stuff just to kind of pin them in, and then everybody just follows up. It's kind of like that, but now looking into another fight, it's TGE. Looking quite good. There's the Pinata trying to follow up, but the rest of the team stopping Rip 113 from making any more substantial damage.
Right, rocking the F2 if I'm not mistaken here, or actually it's the classic Spirit Sword. Again guys, a bit of my apologies here. Clarity is a little waiting every now and then, but they do pop the Umbrella. It does have a bit of retreat factor if they choose to. The Katana, an absolutely beautiful weapon, a lot of mix-up factor. Quite a bit of work too, with that gold armor. Oh dear. Popping that Titan's Call in the middle of it all. And you could say this is a game of ults. Everybody's just choosing not to fight when it's not up, and I think that's incredibly smart. Once again, the macro play has really taken the front and center, but we do have a grab here. Slows could be potentially dead. Dropping that purple katana this early in the game. Does not get hit by the follow-up, so will escape by the skin of his teeth. The rest of Bamboo are here too. The juggernauts of the first game not looking too great for them, but QE is operating on a deficit. Banks does have a resurrection lead, but opts not to at the moment. Loves gets taken out of the equation. Meanwhile, Unique slows at ND2A. I think that was the squad that did win in that previous outing. But it does look like we're not going to be looking at them for too long. TGE. Oh, dear me. And this has been the tail of the tape. Every time you lose one, everybody's just going to engage. That's the blocking on the F3 for the Lyotohime. Extended the ledge by a tiny bit, but not long enough for them to beautifully disengage. That's a beautiful F3 from the Valdeki as well. I did say that wasn't going to be popular, but oh boy was I wrong. Every single Valdeki has been running it. Katana is trying to pierce through this greatsword, but it is not meant to be. And yet another fight is going on across the map. This has been just a doozy to talk about after I...
We literally just have to stop saying that there's too many fights happening because that's the only thing we're going to be...
That's the only thing we're going to be seeing.
Exactly. So there's literally nothing that we can talk about that's going to, during the quote-unquote slow pace of the game, because everything's going to be all about that fast pace. That fight that we saw with the Yotohime before the one with the Titan fight was on me, and they placed fourth, I believe, with 8 points, if I'm not mistaken. I was trying to see the scoreboard, was a little bit blurry on our end. But yeah, overall, they're top 4 in the Group B bracket. Now, Twilight Crimson activated once again, but will the Twilight actually bamboozle a bit here? The answer to that is going to be somewhat of a yes, as the follow-up is somewhat there. Team 1 Evos not just having a full 3 here. This is perfect right now. And the Great Sword is just getting... If you're evil, if you're like Filipino, you know what I mean? It's like when your parents have like that big flip-flop that you're just going to use to discipline you. Like, that's literally the Great Sword for me. And I'm speaking of this from experience. So, that Great Sword is a big flip.
Oh my goodness. Again, Abyssal Aura doing so much damage with Sweet Dagger Soul Jade. Look at that! Again, guys, not a personal gripe. It's just, it looks really cool. But the outplay in trios, really narrow. As RP, they do come out of that fight as the winners. They do have extra utility and extra stuff that they can get another beautiful Valdeki ult. You get the Nether Nightmare comboed with the Tian Hai. And you saw that? The Valdeki ult into the double grab, boom. Just a lot of damage, unavoidable whatsoever, and I love the brain power.
That's the wombo combo we were talking about. Imagine if like this Titans can actually do like punches. I know he could just do stomps, right? But punches will also be cool because like you can see like a literal like Titan fight. They like add like one tiny extra thing they can use.
Come on, square up.
D-Titan, there it is, out of the big man form. On me, losing that fight so straight up. They had a combo in mind. It seemingly worked at the start, but because they couldn't do as the damage that they wanted to knock out more players, they just got like re-engaged upon. And now it's all just going to be down to, I believe, one more player from On Me, which is maybe Master Devo. I think he's the only one that was able to escape, or that was already a Plexus was the last one. Not entirely certain about that, but in any case, not too lucky for the On Me team here as TGE. Again, TGE, Bamboo Esports Quince, one of the top players, top teams that we've seen really just dominate the entire server here. As Full Sense in our sights, also looking a little bit more better than the last tournament we saw them on, but at least for now, just up in the air for some of the players. Well, speaking of which, yeah, really good ultimate again from the Valdeki.
Big ult, both the Valdeki and the Viper Ning here doing insurmountable amounts of damage here, especially with that gold sword equipped. The little great sword is also here, very present, but once you get that knock, the tech chase is almost impossible to avoid. But as I say that, he does this once again. This Viper Ning player, guys, this quality every now and then it wanes, but I hope you guys are having a fantastic time, because look at that lone Tian Hai. He is not having any fun whatsoever. And look at all that loot being relinquished to team number 3 as they're gonna come out of that pretty stacked. Team 11 and number 12, they do eye each other. They're thinking of engaging. I think they're just waiting for one more ult And the Valdeki F3, the Haze teleports, if I'm being specific here. It is now up on Whisper, a very, very important member of any team, but look at this. Once again, how do you handle the mix-up when you are getting mauled by every single person on one team? You're just getting bonked left and right.
Yeah. This is the ganking phase. Everybody.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Pretty much. We do have OS. Just still alive here and kicking Oasis. They did lose to Quince, I believe. That 2 versus 2 that we saw, where Lux just completely destroyed the rest of the team here. But now it's a bit of a different spell here. Oasis now finding another team to just try to beat up on. And it's 11 versus 12. Team 11 versus Team 12 here. Kai's. Oh, okay. Good use into the Divine Bell. And here we go. Summons himself once again. He's angry, but there is the blade. Oh, look at that HP melting down, but not enough to take the Titan to the grave. Both Titans coming in here as well as a Temple Zephyr Prism activated into the side. It is pure chaos, as well as the big slabs coming in. Kai's with such low HP, he actually yoinked 2 perfectly just before he goes down to his teeny tiny normal form. He has to bite his thumb once again, maybe to Titan back into it, but yeah, speaking of this one, perfectly done by Kai's. His value just skyrockets for his team.
Absolutely. Taking both members from 2 different teams, RP and Oasis, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, if my eyes do not deceive me, we do have a Kurumi ult here. We finally laid down the healing circle. It's for health this time around, but they can just sit pretty and sit as they watch all those other teams in team number 9 and 11 try to duke it out. They might have to go for a retreat here. They don't have too many resources. The umbrella is going to be popped as well. Kaz does have an avenue to skip if he chooses to. The support fire from Asbon is going to come in. But what can they really do? The spears are going to come out. They are trying to fight from height. The circle's not going to do too much damage yet. But what is that big vertical coming in? Or rather, that big horizontal coming in from the air. They try to turn this around. They try to use the haze to as much damage as they can, as much poison as reduced healing. But oh my goodness, the chase still ensues. Asarai, we are going to be looking at that a little later as we're going back to the champion squad in the form of NDQA, slower and unique in bamboo. And they've been doing so much work. They've been... how many kills do they have, actually? They have quite a bit, if I'm not mistaken. They even have so many resources to their name, too. So if they just choose to play passive and try to get as many good soul jades as they can from the shop, they can... That really is an avenue that they're allowed to take.
Half the server is almost gone here. Excuse me, to 29 we do. Bamboo, this team is incredible in trios. I just want to point it out, Raph, because as you can see, they never really lose any of their teammates. Even when the fight just turns incredibly sour, it seems like Bamboo still are able to weather the storm and live up and still survive as a full. Oh, that's, yeah, beauty. Yeah, we got ourselves some really good soul jade for attack. Curious to see, not really too many defensive soul jades, or maybe just my eyes are deceiving me there. Gold musket as well, good damage for long range. Not really a super fan of the musket unless you're super good with your aim. It's gonna be all for naught. But if you are, then props for you. Shy Burger, of course, one of those players that we saw way back when. Also played a good chunk of solos back in the Celestial Cup, if I'm not mistaken, and it was quite damn decent, but just got outshone by the others. Now it's Cambo, maybe slightly related to Rambo. In the jungle, here you go, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive this. Does activate the ultimate quite immediately just to go for that sustain and whatnot. He does have the great sword, great weapon to use for a comeback. If he could just use that clash mechanic again to get the parry and then immediately just follow up on your opponent, it's perfect. But who is this that he's going up against? Perfect bait, actually. And there's the uppercut so many times with the juggle. And Cambo, well, he's going to be dug 6 feet to the ground because he lost that fight straight up. It's a 1v1 micro mechanics. And this player from... Oh, this is Onmi. Okay, Frostivus.
Yeah, it's Frostivus.
He wins the fight. So Onmi's still alive in this with single player remaining.
I love that patience. I love that patience. The stone form was getting shown so many times, but no red parry was being baited out whatsoever. Did finally land that uppercut into the tree, and we did get that loop that we've been craving for a lot. But yes, he has to play like a rat now. He has to make off like the wind. and be very silent, as he is probably going to be facing a lot of full teams here as Bamboo look to oppress their numbers and their abilities. They do have all their ults up right now. The only question is who initiates on who first. That has been the winning factor for a lot of these teams, especially in all of these fights. The Ominous Blade is also ready on the side of...
The shadow will soon spread.
Once again, this Yoto Hime player on team number 14 on Ench from WCL. It does look like they're going to go for a resource-rich area here, just over the hill. But I'm not entirely sure what they're going to be looking for. I understand if it was Neil here, rocking only the blue dagger, still can do quite a bit of damage, but will eventually get out DPS'd, especially without that Abyssal Aura Soldier that I've been championing for the past 2 games or so.
Asbon
The shadow spreads.
from Render Project. Okay, he's just using the tree as a scouting ground. If I'm not mistaken, you can use your... What was it again? The grapple hook to, like, you can activate it without, like, ringing out the grapple when you're on the tree, so that the tree turns transparent, so that you can scout even in cover, which is pretty good if you want to at least stay out of line sight of your opponents. Gives you a really good vantage point of the ground, 360. You know, you're not going to be blinded by it. And he did see from a distance Winds right in front, and oh no, yeah, they knew that he was just straight on top of the tree, and he got spotted straight on up, because you can also do the same thing to spot one right here. Asbon used as the Zephyr Prison, so what is it, fight or flight? He got just pushed back in to the fray. He actually gets out, but the rest also do the same. Doesn't have the most of armors, but now he's trying to combo. Is that a... Yeah, he has the Gold Soul Jade, I believe, for the spear, but that's only gonna just delay somewhat the red parry to come through. Everybody's parrying, but they're trying to read Asbon, and there's another squad third party into this one. So the question is, can Asbon survive, or will there be a team that can actually kill him? Seems like Quince has decided to just fight on this other squad. Zephyr Prison activated by Quince's team here as they just try to run away for dear life, because now it's only Banky that remains. He is being chased, and what seemed to be a good engagement for Quince here has turned incredibly sour as Bamboo Esports, leader of the pack, have come in to steal the glory from them on that encounter.
Absolutely. Soul Jade or not, the Dragon Slayer off a full charge horizontal from the spear. Not something you can easily shrug off. Will definitely shred you to bits if you're not careful. As we were looking at PP here, now we're going to be looking at WCL. They are going to be in the middle of this. I think this is the Shadow Jade, if I'm not mistaken. Unless my eyes deceive me once more. He will escape here. Really disconnected from the rest of his team, trying to play forward. Scout does have the mobility to escape, but they are linking up. It does look like they want to initiate in tight spaces. That Spirit Sword, that Spirit Slash, and that Ominous Blade really benefit from that. But it does look like there's yet another team on top of that tower, just looking down upon every single player like vultures, just waiting for somebody to engage, get that first down, and you know how the third-party business goes in battle royales. And as of the moment, it would look no different in Naraka, despite its very, very nascent history, as FS look to be, look to third party this third party. Apparently every single person is in the mines right now. Every single person is here.
That's kind of amazing to think about it. Now there's a fair chunk of players, teams that are still a full 3, not full 4.
I can't believe I didn't see them coming.
They're still going to be able to at least go in hard on these fights. Rip 113, he has a decent amount of loadout now, especially that he has the legendary armor, or the best armor out there in the world. TGE, though, they're not really committing to any of these fights. You can see they're just backing away here for a good chunk-ish right here. And it's actually a smart thing, because they're waiting at the door where their weapons can probably deal so much more. I believe Ish has longsword and greatsword, or he has a musket as his second weapon. I'm not entirely sure. Can't see his loadout there quite perfectly. In any case, Assassins team victory, who we haven't really seen too much in that last game, still alive as a full 3. And I think because there was more of a culture shock, or maybe just a game shock on that first game, a lot of teams just died because they didn't really feel proper with how they were playing. And this second one seems like a lot more teams are much more comfortable with how they're playing right now. So that's where we're seeing some of the other teams that we didn't really see pop off that last one just do better in this one.
Absolutely. Again, tournament nerves, the intangibles are going to be ever so present, especially in such a grand stage like this. But it does look like everybody's trying to loosen up, try to fight as much as they can. It is going to be KJD to be the aggressors towards Team 5. Or rather, Team 6, if my eyes do not deceive me once more. But looting up is the name of the game here. Big fight happening here. The red parry is going to come out, not going to disarm anybody. And that is going to be the end of a story of that poor lone Kurumi. Not a lot of... I think that was Frostivus. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was Frostivus. His artistry with the... the artistry with his individual play is going to have to wait for another map. KJD still hawking over this area, playing with the high ground, trying to fight any stragglers or would-be stragglers. And I love how they're dominating every exit point here. Just like, you know what, get back in the circle. No. No running away. No. And they're getting peppered at. Like, you know what, if we can't fight you up close, we're just gonna shoot them. Outright shoot them.
Yeah, I mean, if you're out in the open or if you have those arcing weapons, it makes sense, right? Because even if you're behind cover, technically, if you can just angle it fair enough, you should be able to still do, as you mentioned, a fair bit amount of damage with that AoE burst. Bogart, I believe this is the Filipino team, because I did recall seeing a PH team, or maybe that's in Group C or Group D, that we could be seeing later. So we have some representation, from the Philippines, which is pretty cool. But, yeah, back into it. Group 7 as well. This has gone incredibly slow here, because I feel now, we did mention how it's going to be more kill-centric, but teams also have to take into account that if you're not in a high enough placement as well, you don't get the better of the multiplier. So somewhere around maybe like top 5 and above is where the sweet spot would be. Like good amount of kills plus top 5 so that you can get that good multiplier to get better points is probably the reason why we're seeing such a slower game, because they don't want to get knocked out too early because of that fact. If you get knocked out too early, even if you have a good amount of kills, it's all going to be for naught if somebody just, outcomputates you with the multiplier.
Right now, again, I think Shadow Jade is also really a great place to kind of slow it down. Not a lot more Moru's Blessings have shown themselves too, so it's not really allowing, like I said, that Dragon Slayer is really going to do so much damage with full charge, but they had to expend an ult there just to keep themselves safe. But the timer is running down. We only have 5 minutes left in this match, and the Shadow Corruption is already doing so much damage to KJD here. PP's Rain Man looking to rain on their parade, and that is going to be another member of PP to disappear. And look at this valley of death. The cannons are coming out. They cannot get stuck in the trenches here. Once again, the nightmare continues as Rain Man gets traded out by Zoe. And here we have a bit of katana action. The Shadow Corruption, the reduced healing, and the chip is really chiming in, forcing everybody to disengage just for now. But it doesn't matter. The spool is here from Bamboo. They want those points. They want the placing. But so far, no dice. The blue focus misses once. KJD, Bin 27, one more tick, and even gets run over by the stone form. Truly a series of unfortunate events.
So it's just going bad to worse, or from bad to worse for some of the teams out here. This WCL team getting blasted just a teeny tiny bit. Bamboo way out into the lower grounds there. Have to find some high ground because, Star Wars thought you got to be always on the high ground, much easier defensible position, and you basically get an advantage because of that height differential. Firebringer just spraying, praying, and you're talking about how cannons are great in this one, but when it's so compact and you have like a cone that you can just like wiggle out the Firebringer, this is like the perfect thing to use it right now. And it's not the most painful, but it chips so fantastically well, and basically nobody's dumb enough just to like go through something that's like flaming in front of them. I think we're subconsciously using the way to do that. Anyways, got the Hime F activated onto the door there just to create some space here for TGE. I believe Rip 113 was the user of that. And if the opponent does commit into this fight here, Raph, Ominous Blade is also activated, and in such teeny tiny quarters, Ominous Blade is going to be good. Speaking of which, though, Ling, he tried to use his Ominous Blade to prolong, but his life was so nearly burnt out that he was just going to be all for naught. Gummy here now trying to run away. This is a Matari, I believe, so he can use some of his abilities there just to get out of dodge if possible. He's getting thrown out. The musket just right behind him. You now fear him because he's the last person standing. He wants to save the ultimate maybe for a rainier day because he does have the dashes, but the problem is there is just nowhere in this safe space that he is, or this safe zone, that he is actually literally safe. Everything else is just filled up with opponents and enemies.
And again, invisible wings. Not as invisible when you don't have the room to work with. And yeah, that Flamebringer is doing so much damage. The Titan Skull is here, making this space even more frenetic as it is. And here we have, once again, the gold focus coming out from the daggers. The Abyssal Aura is super in demand. But doesn't really matter if you get picked up by a giant. Charging up that stone form, trying to gatekeep anybody getting into the Spinal Circle. And I love this. Everybody, and I mean everybody, is just avoiding this dance to death between KE's Silin. It is about to run out though. He's only looking for one more target. If he does get one more grab, that slam is going to do extra damage. We do have one more player falling here, and everybody's making a mad dash towards that center. The Shadow Corruption is not helping one bit. We see the Kurumi ults, the healing circles coming out, the Flamebringer causing so much havoc. And you can't block fire. No matter how hard you try with a sword, with a gun, it's not going to matter. And it's going to burn you, and it's going to burn very bright. As FS looking a lot more impressive here with 3 members up. Bamboo, NDQA looking healthy as well. FS, as I mentioned, looked healthy, but now they're down 1. Forced to heal out of the fight. Olivier doing his best, his very best to just really create a lot of space. He gets 2. The slime is going to come down. That is going to be Rip 113. True to his name is going to rest in peace. And Unique is going to be out of the equation for Bamboo.
I'm going to say NDQA, he's been phenomenal with the predictions on the yoinks. Oliver as well, because it's such a shorter space and there's literally just one rock for cover. His yoinks would be just having like better percentage of just being able to grapple someone. Now, oh, okay. So that's about it. Yeah, they won. Looking straight into it, 2, 4, 7, 6, 19 kills for Full Sense. I just had briefly the shortest amount of time just to saw that. But yeah, 19 kills for Full Sense. And I didn't really expect that. I thought there was like one more player or maybe 2 more players that will contest for top 1. But Full Sense come into this one. Bamboo were fantastic. Again, incredibly consistent. But I think they just lost the momentum when they're the first one that lost the Titan Call from NDQA. He was good, but he just didn't get the most value out of it compared to Olivier from Full Sense there with his Tian Hai.
I was talking about how there wasn't a lot of Moru's blessings scattered around Moru's Isle in that particular map, but once I saw the Flamebringer, you sneaky boy. Where did you get that? Again, he just chose not to play nice, and we finally see the value, or again, for our audiences who are not as acquainted with Naraka, the reason why trios can be relatively slow, even though it's doing everything at a breakneck speed. Everybody's really picking their fights. We see a lot of these teams disengage when they don't have their ults up, and that combo between the Valdeki, Viper, Ning into, honestly, any of those CC combos have wreaked so much havoc. There's just, I wouldn't say there's little outplay, right? Because you really have to pick your fights. But once you get hit by any of those, you are absolutely dead.
It's just the consecutive follow-up, the domino effect. And you really can't get back up on that horse, so to speak. And here's also one thing. When you're in such tight corners, at least, going away from that, as a Tian Hai, so to speak, when you exit from your Titan form, you just become the most vulnerable player out there. We saw that multiple times happen. So from the looks of it, if you're a Tian Hai player, it would seem safe to use at the very start, of course, because of the Divine Bell. You keep mentioning that. It's a really good tool just to create that space, just to keep you alive. Yeah. Very defensive and stuff. But when you're coming out from that Titan form, you just become an easy target. And what I want to talk about this one, what I wanted to point out is if you can get the most value when you're on that Titan form. Because again, the threat about the Titan is you being a huge hulking figure that has the threat of yoinking and grabbing people and basically getting free kills for your teammates. But the problem with that is if teams are very comfortable fighting against that, they can just duck and dodge, and they can just wait for your timer to run out, maybe even find cover. And once that happens, if you're alone, especially when you're alone, they just follow up on you and you're basically a free kill. Even when you have the divine belt, you're just mashing the divine belt with your axe, right? Just to save you. It's still not going to be enough to be able to escape. So you really need that value. And what I wanted to point out as well is because Olivier as well as NDQA from Full Sense and Bamboo Esports have shown to us how much value you can really get when those yoinks are full and well utilized.
That's right. Again, yoink.
That was a
I
long
love
talk,
that
I know.
word of the day. No. It's absolutely fine because again, that really highlights the strength of our newly revamped Tianhai. Again, it was very apparent in our final circle where the moment those Titan calls came out, everybody was just happy, chilling in Shadow Corruption. It's like, you know what? You have your fun. We're gonna try and pepper you out as quickly as we can. We're gonna try to find the space because again, the AoE and the CC stuns are just so hard to deal with. We've seen a lot of these players opt for the more defensive variations of their F abilities as well. I've been talking about it. The Spirit / Vortex really blocks off doors, does a great job of really just annihilating any option that's a light attack, unless you're a great sword player, of course. We even saw the Haze teleport coming in from Valdeki, which again, in a solo standpoint or in an aggression standpoint, you definitely get a bit more value out of the V1 Haze if you're trying to play around dry pushing and if you're not relying on ults as much. But when it's online as much as it has been, I guess there's really no point when you can you can really pick your spots.
Yeah, it turns it very difficult for you to just kind of capitalize on that. But you know what? Fair is fair. Valdeki arguably incredibly useful and works great right now. So probably the reason why we're still seeing her as of the moment. Those combos, man, it's just so good. Like you can have a Valdeki V activating, hitting somebody, and then again, if you can combo that with a Viper Ring, might not be the best though, because I'm seeing here right now that it takes a while for both to actually connect. So you might want maybe a Tianhai just to kind of wait as the whirlpool comes in and just like grabs people. That would probably be something, or maybe just trap them inside a Zephyr prison, make it easy for you to just wail on them. But yeah, for the moment, really good stuff coming in from all of these teams. I'm expecting probably Full Sense to bump up somewhere around maybe second place, because Bamboo Esports was still quite high into the placements. Plus, I'm pretty sure they had the incredible amount of kills from what we saw. They never really lost any of the fights up until the very last. So I'm assuming Bamboo Esports would still be top one here. Some of the other teams as well, I didn't think we saw Infinity too much in that one. Omni, a little bit better in their performance, but still very much left to be desired. And we still have that one more game to conclude for this A
half.
versus B, best of three, or series of three, excuse me.
But yeah, all of that being said, man, I mean, what else is there to talk about, right? When we've highlighted the individual strengths of the players, the team playstyles have obviously been very adaptive, considering probably barring scrims, this is the highest of stakes. And guys, just to put this into perspective, first place will be nabbing $26,000. That is not a joke whatsoever. And if I'm not mistaken too, I took a bit of my time to link my account to Twitch so I can get my immortal treasure. I think Astra is doing the same right now. He's smiling. Like,
I'm actually just clicking on it right now.
Give me my skins.
I got a... What did I get again? I got a purple taunt for Temulch. That's basically it.
But yeah, that's basically it. Talking about this though, later in the game where potentially a lot more fights could be varied. Again, we keep highlighting, they're just playing around their ults, which is obviously the smartest thing to do, right? We are definitely going to be dissecting that with the highlights we are throwing to you. Once again, my name's Raph. This is Asarai. We'll be right back with you after a short break, guys.
方に持ってった。How do you get the charge? Left click can see them.
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
Wow. Again, I keep saying wow every time we come back from the break.
Wow.
But it's because of the fact that there really is such a big difference with the points that we keep seeing. So after that second game, where was it? Yeah. So after that second game for Group A, maybe up until the third placer. So Full Sense has 56 points. Infinite has 33. Evos has 20.1. These are basically the players that might be already safe as long as, well, technically, Evos is still not clear of the water, but Infinite and Full Sense for sure. But these are the three teams that should be almost safe to get into the finals already. For Group B, here's where it becomes a little bit more hairy here, Raf. BE, guess how many? Oh, right, you already saw how many points they had. 65.3 points. Yeah, he saw it. I was going to ask, guess what, how many points? But yeah, that was dumb. I also wanted to point out that and everyone else aside from BE are still not clear of the water. There's like OM that is 4th place, which I feel like a lot of fans are happy about, but they're very much not safe yet in clearing to get into the finals. So they really have to keep consistent plus step up coming into this game number 3.
You're absolutely correct. But again, the dominance of our top teams here with Full Sense coming out on top for Group A and Bamboo being very consistent, having 65.3 points, if I didn't forget. To rack up 30 points back to back, yeah, you're pretty much secure for this side of things. But anything can happen in the third game. The second game could have been the foundation for all those teams. The 4th place has naturally been the most competitive when it comes to formats like this. And the truth of it all has been revealed to that. Fan favorites, like you said, on me. Need to, again, for the lack of a better word, they have to kind of step it up. What happened was they did get picked off very, very early. They couldn't use their resurrection beads as efficiently as they wanted to. We did see a bit of a play which... has been my favorite play of the day from Frostivus with that patience from waiting out the stone form from the Greatsword. And we're going to be seeing more of that with our game number 3, I believe the last one of the half, Asarai.
Ooh, this is going to be down to the wire because, I mean, we do have more games because obviously we do have group stages, but and we kind of made it like seem like this is going to be the one where it's going to get into the group stage, which I'm fairly sorry about, guys. But yeah, it's just because you want to really set the pace right here and now, because if not, you're just so in danger of not being able to come back to the second or third day. But we'll see how the kind of goes. Again, you really wanted to just set everything up into play, seeming like a lot of squads running away from each other. They have to fight though, but some of them deciding just to back away. So maybe they're wanting to commit to getting better gear before actually committing to some of these fights.
I think the teams at the very southern part of the map were scrambling for a better position towards the spawn island because we saw it was a resource-rich area. The Kurumi umbrella is going to come out. A bit of a brawl between Team 514 and I think that's going to be a third team right over the horizon. No. Beautiful parry into the Dragon Slayer, and that's KJD's Kevin dead. Dead on the spot. Does have a resurrection left if he chooses to do that, but it does look like they're not going to stagger this. They're just going to wait for their final member to drop, and they are going to take their business elsewhere. As WCL, they clean it up. They get the loot that they want. They get the extra spools. It does look like we already have the Vajra from Loves coming out as well. Super early just to impose their will. They even get a gold pile after taking down team number 3 for their troubles. And a bit of a scuffle yet again. The third parties, they don't stop. The Love Sword full focus is here. Full horizontal, the first vertical. Get Jumi, if my eyes don't deceive me again, an Assassina is gonna fall too. Everybody, and I mean everybody, is just kind of getting the resurrection beads as quickly as possible. And we are gonna go for a bit of a looting phase once more. Maybe try to go for a bit of contracts, get some treasure, get some some bodyguard frags. But right now, maybe things are gonna take a turn for the slower yet again, Asarai.
Yeah, again,
or lying.
Trick. I mean, I don't think you're lying. Maybe it's just at the very start because again, it's all about just utilizing what you can just throw out that you won't have later on, which is the resurrection. I did mention that they might have wanted to get more or better gear first, or maybe just wait for the ultimates to also be up and running, because again, Ominous Blade is such a big deal. Double kill for Mines here, who plays in for Quince. And wait, is this the... Oh, Mines has been playing for like the last 2 games. I didn't really see him play for too much because I think he keeps getting like knocked out early. And the reason why I'm freaking out a little bit here is Mines was one of the players again from the Celestial Cup solos that was such a well placed player. I think he plays better on solos, but we'll see how Quince does now that he's still alive. Now on me, here in another fight again as the Viper names ultimate Twilight Crimson. Yeah, there it is. Beautiful. Although every opponent that they do have was actually full armor, so unless they had like some sort of burst that can kill them in like a split second, that would still be probably Ami winning this particular fight. They are still taking quite a bit of a beating here now, especially that the heal is right back out, but they still do have Demo and Plexus into the thick of things. There is... Oh no, this could probably actually turn screwy right now. There is, of course, Demo now using his Titan to fight into the fray, but they're making a lot of noise, and Evos has heard it. They're sniffing it out, and they've seen lots of members of Onmi just incredibly low, and there it is, just popping the shots, can't really get out, and that's going to be that, as Onmi gets ripped right back out. That Storm shot, or excuse me, Swarm, perfect to take down the Titan.
They even use this Bane Breath that they acquired from a shop or from a quest. It does look like they're going to be camping with Spawn Shriners. Team 13 and Team number 1 are going to be collapsing on them. And on me. Oh my. Still in a world of hurt. Like you said, they were a fringe team in the top 4. This could hurt their chances of success. They're trying to escape as quickly as they can of YG. Also on their coattails. The Divine Bell is going to buy a bit of time, but the Temel Prison is not allowing anything or anyone to get in or get out. The Divine Bell once again getting popped by Loves. And the Titans, they do come out at the same time. Everybody's just going to go for a mad scramble here. Bane Breath, 8 more seconds before it finally procs Does find one with the long range grab. Good dodge. Actually, no, good hit is what I meant to say. Team number 4, they'd have kidnapped somebody here, and that is gonna drop that player to very, very low health. Bane Burst is rather the Bane Breath is finally here. Maybe opting everybody to just bounce. This fight was a little more expensive for our taste. The blue focus is gonna come out. The red parries do get baited out, but once again, ask him politely to bite the curb. There's too many of us.
The wombo combo right there, right? You don't need ultimates to have a wombo combo. Juggle as a whole team, you hit as a whole team. Oh, I actually hit my mic as well, but yeah, perfectly done by Quince here. Now YG left onto Thukneft. He does have the resurrection up, so does he have actually good loot? That's why he's not really committing to the fight, or he might want to wait for his team so that he can maximize the purple greatsword that he has in his inventory. Probably both of those things and then some. Mindset-wise.
You will attack
now,
our enemies.
OS. Okay. Smash it to the floor. Oh, that is a great shredder tool there. The Yotohime F, but doesn't really deal as much damage as possible. This uphill, I think, could be working for the Titan here. Just needs one more, but he's getting pushed right back out. Very, very low already. He's about to D-Titan as well, but he wants to go for one slap down, but he gets counter-slapped by NDQA, the man himself who shows to us how to play the Tianhai from Bamboo.
And to nobody's surprise, Bamboo still being as consistent as they are. Abyss Dream trying to play around the block on his F3 here as much as possible. It does look like his life might not last too long as he gets hit by the longsword and the dagger combo. Not a very good sight for him. Wins. Oh, the timing on that. He got the grab, but he had to D-Titan because the timer is running out. And Assassins trying to hold on, but like I said, the numbers advantage. It is raining and pouring, and that man did not have any sort of umbrella to save him. Oh my goodness, Asarai.
Attack our enemies, or I shall
Yeah,
make
it's just
you
the
regret
it's just the buddy system, right? It's basic mathematics. 3 minus 3 is greater than 1. Right? So nothing you can really do in that regard. Unless maybe you're such a god, but even gods leave. Anyways, there it is once again. Like, I want to see, like, from other tournaments, how many times has Titans been used in this particular Naraka Winter Tournament for Top Clans 2021, right? Because that's probably like one of the things that could be a good, fun little demographic to, or stat to just point out here. Anyways, Infinity, excuse me, still at the thicker of things. It's Ruby who is just caught in the center, and this is why, again, as a Titan, you don't want to get caught right there in the center. You're just gonna get wailed on. You're just gonna get smushed. Ominous Blade has been active. Nice and loose onto the teleport. Will he get the chase? He keeps on chasing mid-air with the Ominous Blade. Beautiful stuff from WCL. That Yatohime. Value on the ultimate.
Value indeed, but now they're going to take a bit of damage here. They're just finishing off team number 4 now. A lot more resources to their name for the troubles, but the brawl between Evos has not ended yet. The ultimates are popping. How long can they last? And no, Evos! Oh my goodness, such a tragedy to lose your Tianhai that early. Couldn't even pop. The Titan's Call is Love is doing the same thing, but oh, wait a minute. Shadow Corruption on top of the player damage is really whittling him down. He has to make a choice here. Either he has to stay in the Shadow Corruption to help his team, or he has to bounce and get those Vitalias up. But the Temuk isn't allowing him to do that. Evo's on their last breath. Getting once again annihilated by Quincy and Mines. Like you mentioned, was a player in the previous tournament, and his solo prowess really showing, especially on such an explosive character like Yotohime.
You have our breath.
I also wanted to point out, maybe the Soul Corruption up until this point isn't the most painful just yet. I mean, you're seeing them chip HP, right? But not as maybe the next one. So they're still fine. Oni actually alive as a full 3. So even if they got wiped, that was their resurrection wipe. So they could still, like, I don't know what like the proper term is, but yeah, that was the wipe that they still have resurrection on them, so they could just keep back up. And they're still here. And Ref, we have a maximum of 48 players per server. And looking into it, we only have like 7 true deads in this game. Well, make that like 6, because there's still probably some resurrection beats from the looks of it. But yeah, there's not really a lot of really takedowns just yet, but maybe this is going to be that. As Render Project just into the thick of things. The Storm, Separate Prison activated. Oh, that's going to screw you over. The Viperning, Violet Crimson gets one. What can they do though? Transitioning, they're trying to peek it right back out, but that Divine Bell keeping him alive as well as the Titan and Render Project through all of that. Ultimate still survives and yoinks one. Give me a second, yoink maybe. Oh! She's getting chipped out by this guy. Oh, wow, by the Swarm, excuse me. Perfect. That was a counterplay and a half, Raph. Kai's, you big brain Manu.
I was just watching how like, oh dear me. Oh dear me, the cannons too are doing so much damage for RP here. Kai's has been a player that's been highlighted quite a lot too, as Kevin is going to try and body block as much as he can for his teammates, unless he has V3, which he can heal his teammates for. Again, this great sword, absolutely amazing in close quarters combat. They're getting peppered down by all these ranged weapons. You have to take a stand. You have to make a choice. It does look like they're going to go for the high ground here, trying to juke them as quickly as he can. Oh, he breaks through the red focus here. Just the off timing. One more hit. That should have been guaranteed. But no, gets pushed away. Has enough time to proc the ult and might just save the rest of his team. 2v3 here between Team 5 and KJD. They need these points. They're near bottom. The red parry doesn't work out as well. Beautiful job by side switching there. Team number 12 take out KJD, and that's going to be RP once again racking those points. Further closing the gate, but wait a minute, we do have a spoiler here as WCL chime in for this third party. They do throw out the Spirit Slash just to gain a little more distance. That spool is going to miss as they're trying to single out a target, but it does look like they came for they got what they came for. They have the positioning on the crossbow, rather on the ballista we go, but the render distance, it's not to Linwag's liking. You will have to make an assessment here with his team. Either they have to go chase the stragglers of team number 12, if I'm not mistaken. But before that, we are going to go look at team number 16, which is going to be TGE versus YG here. Yet another big scuffle. The Viper Ning ult doesn't manage to find anyone. No silence, no Enigma coming out too. Meanwhile, this Tianhai doing as much work as he can. The Enigma did actually hit on TGE, giving himself a bit of delay for that Spirit Slash and that Ominous Blade as it's trying to come out, but no! He gets grabbed! And he's dead. He's just absolutely dead. One more beautiful grab for TGE. This could spell doom for YG. The knock doesn't get capitalized on, an untimely D-Titan there for TGE's Tianhai on Ish 97. They do get the loot. They do get the numbers advantage. They could choose to greed. But honestly, right now, with all the items and all the points that they're sitting on, it might be wise to just pull out for now.
I'm surprised that we have the Viper Ning, and I'm pretty sure it actually activated, but there's a certain Viper Ning mode ult, the V3 I believe, that doesn't have the stun. It only does silence, I believe, so that you can't like use any of your abilities, which allows the Viper Ning just to keep wailing or keep damaging without like just being, tethered and trying to reach and get the stun off. But I'm surprised that we actually see that, because usually you do want that consecutive use of crowd controls, right? I think it's much better in the long run, because even if your opponents are silenced and whatnot, they can still move. So that was kind of interesting to see. Not the most effective thing probably, but maybe. In any case, down to 35, still a pretty healthy amount of players up and running. Another fight right here, perfect stun. Yeah, that's a repeater crossbow. I'm pretty sure I called it Swarm a while ago, but yeah, it's the repeating crossbow. Any case, Biteki here now just trying to grapple. Just trying to grab a little bit more before he does, go down to his teeny tiny human form. But they have just, there it is. They have angered the Quincy Mines is here. There's the Sacred Circle, keeping them into the advantage even in such close quarters. And the follow-up, he is just so angry right now. He even has the ultimate if he does decide to do so, but because they were so well in just following right back up to just go for that chase, not really needing to do that. And QA back on its Titan form again. Bamboo Esports with the teams to watch out for here, ladies and gentlemen. It is just channeling all of it he can on the Sun as OS here is immediately tightened. They're using everything they have on NDQA, but he's just shrugging it off. He's just a big boy. He can handle it.
A big, healthy, strong man as NDQA has been honestly one of the stars, the very, very bright stars of our broadcast today. He's been racking up as many highlights as he can. He's been helping his team with all his Titan forms, and even his dueling has been pretty impressive here. It does look like the umbrella heal is going to come out from Unique. They are kind of licking their wounds here. They know that somebody's just right around the corner. Team number 11 isn't completely done yet. Or rather, team number 4 has Infinite looked to expand their horizons. What a shot by the bow. That should signal them to, like, you know what? Best just leave them alone. Shot by NDQA just to annoy Infinity. It's like, you know what? All right, buddy. I know what you're on. But it does not deter them, apparently. They still hang very, very close, within arm's reach at least, for any third-party potential. Now, looking at team number 14 at WCL SRI, they do take a bounty, so they are looking to be the aggressors of this situation. They could have used it to scout out any close teams as well. That is a bit of a nugget of information for all you Naraka fans out there.
We're seeing mines.
Wow, indeed.
He has 3 Soul Jades and a gold katana. Again,
that's gonna be problematic.
In that interview that I had with Demo, right? I don't think I mentioned this when we started the broadcast. He mentioned how he reveres in the katana that it's the best weapon in the game, because if you're a good player, it's a good weapon. If you're a great player, it's an amazing weapon. So having something that has like Soul Jades plus the gold katana just to kind of add to that, and an amazing player with mines, that could really be something to watch out for this third game.
Yeah, talking about the katana, amazing mix-up weapon. Again, the first focus attack doesn't knock you down, but that's where the mix-up begins. Do I commit to the red, or do I just stay out of the pocket here? Still quite a lot of players leaning towards the Shadow Jade Mine. Everybody seems to be moving up. WCL, they have their sights set upon that Moru's Blessing. Maybe potentially getting a Blood Ripper, a Flamethrower, or, you know, the like. But it does look like KE are the ones that have spotted out FS. They understand that FS have been fantastic. They've been pretty fantastic for their group. Been fairly consistent too. With a gold dagger on the Tianhai, that is going to be a very, very quick Titan's call too if he does lay in the damage. Again, there's a lot to talk about this game. Your points distribution on your cultivation. But I guess the fans, what they really want is how are they going to deal with these fights. So far, it's been a layer upon layer of CC.
CC pancake.
To battle.
Okay, there's a bit of a fight here on the building. Got your ground floor, second floor, and third floor encounters. So it's kind of like an anime, you know, where leave me be. I'll fight against this guy. Just go to the second floor or to the next floor. And there it is. There's a lot of fights there. Looking into it, TGE still is a full 3. Quite interesting to see. I believe, again, the best team just yet. Proved themselves in this last game. WCL also not too bad, but they're up against one of the more consistent teams that we've seen, which is Bamboo Esports. But not far behind is Team PP or Parry Party.
All right, control yourself. That's
control
right.
Yourself.
Parry Party.
Parry Party.
No. Parry Party. They've been trying to, you know, be as efficient as they can be. They have erected some sort of plan here, but again, TGE doing a great job of keeping this brawl within this house. Not a lot of room to move, especially with the Tianhai outside. It's like, if I go I'm gonna grab you and throw you in the ground. I know that doesn't rhyme, guys, but you get the point. They look like they're about to fight. FS is already down a member here, trying to go for the vertical, but no, gets tossed instead, or rather nearly gets tossed. TGE really reconsidering what they want to do here, because that Spirit Slash is also doing so much damage. Olivier is looking to join the fight as the monk form himself. He does have a gold weapon in his bag, if I'm not mistaken. We are gonna look at Team Bamboo, our very consistent performance. For once, they do lose a member here in the form of I think that slows, but he is right back up as NDQA is creating as much space as he can. Chooses to save his Titan call here, but slows once again, gets knocked out with a great sword. A lot of people will be complaining about that damage, but it is not to be trifled with. It does look like he tried to get the Divine Bell, but he got knocked down. The spool's not even saving him. He gets silenced. He has nothing right now. Oh, and he has to pop it. He has to Titan up. Yeah.
It's his trump card he has to use just because he's just literally screwed if he doesn't do anything else other than that. Right there below him, one team, and then right on top of the mountain, you can see his parry party as well, just raining hell from up above. It is the worst possible scenario for Bamboo to be in here. But regardless, even of that, they have so much points now that even if they do get wiped out, it's still going to be fine for them. But I do like how NDQA is using his body as a literal piece of cover for the rest of Bamboo to be safe for a longer duration. The problem now is that they haven't really gotten any form of disengagement whatsoever. And every other team, yeah, they were just waiting for NDQA to de-titan, and they just re-engage once again. Here comes Hugo spotting, sniffing opportunity as they chase right in. It has gone on to a full brawl here, Raph, as Parry Party has also joined in onto the fray. Rain Man backing away for just a teeny tiny bit. Every single team, I think they have like 4 squads just out here in the open, in the Forsaken jungle, just trying to fight and maybe get some advantage, but they're not fighting anything. Everybody's still surviving even after such a brutal encounter from multiple sides.
And mind you, Infinity does actually have the swarm. They finally combo down TGE on that tech catch as everybody is getting sucked into this pool of ultimates. TGE does find one, can't find another for his troubles here. Not really landing the long range grabs as team number 9 doing a great job of playing the in and out game. The Sacred Circle 4 armor has been popped, narrowly dodging that long range grapple from Ish97 is a member from team 9. But like you said, the high ground looks to be the name of the game here. Everybody's fighting for that top spot. The cannon fire is already trying its best to dissuade players from contesting. And everybody, they're just looking to run away. They want that top spot. 6 minutes left in this contest too, so not a lot of time to really gather your thoughts. We do see a bit of a Zephyr Prison there. Okay, that was a scary thought process for Ish. You know what? I'm bouncing. I don't want to deal with that. Oh no.
See them coming.
So that Rainman made the mistake of chasing down a kill, and then there was like 3 people right on him.
Call an ambulance.
Call an ambulance. We got a man down. Not for me. Yeah, it just doesn't work like that. Viper Ning, I don't think you can stun a Titan, right? With their ultimate.
The shadow will shortly.
Yeah, I don't think. Probably not. Anyways, again, multiple fights still ongoing here. WCL, oh boy, Deltahime on the bridge, precipice of defeat, but still finds a kill. Look down in Dasu, and gotta say, more Viper or more Yotahimes than I was actually expecting. I was expecting maybe 1 or 2, but there is a lot of them. I feel like Yotahime is a great player for, or a hero for yourself as a micro player. You know, 1v1s are pretty good with her, and it can also be adapted to team play. It works either way. That's probably why we're seeing Yotahime, because she's pretty damn straightforward to use, but incredibly flexible to the scenarios that you would want to use her on. Speaking of which, though, CJ dropping some nasty cannon shots outside of the Shadow Realm as he was wanting to maybe knock out one, but decides not to chase it. Decides that there's just too many factors if he wants to, because there's just still a lot of teams remaining into this one. But seems like WCL will find a fight up against Hugo.
And they do actually get a silence and Enigma onto EE here. EE is trying to roll for his life, but it is not going to last too long as the chase ensues. WCL now operating on a disadvantage as the boys over at team number 13 and YG already capitalizing on this as quickly as they can, trying to get that gold armor topped up and ready, because they know the moment they scale that cliff, there is going to be one big mess coming out. Loves is finally going to get knocked out of his Titan form, although he is taking a bit of fire from yonder. The swarm, though, it is getting reloaded, so TGE has very bad intentions. Wow, at the moment cannot use that ominous blade. The silence is there. 80%. He spots one out of the trees. Will take it for himself and maybe wait this out. As Burger has been a bit passive here. Does have a cannon. YG, now we are going to be looking back onto what's happening on the ground level. We'll take a bit of a duel outside the Zephyr prison, as you'd like to mention. But Team 4 doing a great job of keeping things vertical. What a mess is going on here. There is a big power position by TGE. That Swarmer is raining hell, and it's found one. Can it continue to find more success? I think there's only a pair of repair kits in his bag. And TGE is doing such a great job of censoring their play around Ish 97 right now. And when they want to get down and dirty, they have the bell and they have the tie-in up.
And that's warm. Perfect positioning. This is like rain hell, as you mentioned, from up above. You get yourself that vantage point. Everybody is just easy pickings for you. And bonus-ish, nobody is actually batting an eyelash in his position. Like, he has a teammate that will just keep him safe from the other side of this the map here, or the mountain here. And he sees Bogart. Oh, you tried to attack me, and then he just like throws out the rockets on the way of Bogart. And he just says, "Yeah, screw it. I'm not gonna fight this one." It's just too dangerous.
Indeed, and YG have engaged in man-to-man combat here, hand-to-hand combat. Still at the very bottom of this play area here. It is coming down to a close, and it's gonna come down to who's managed their ultimates better. So far, we've seen a Zephyr Prison being expanded. Now the Viper Ning ult, like you said, the V3 doesn't necessarily stun, but it will silence everybody that's caught in it. YG Low is taking quite a bit of damage from it. That doesn't really matter, and he does find himself up. Everybody's ignoring him. Don't give him full armor. Oh no, everybody gave him full armor as WCL are backed into the corner here. Literal tree huggers at the moment. That blind fire is going to find at least one. That cluster is just too much to handle. Can he find a second, or is he going to toss him right back into the fray here? Bogart finally took that positioning away from that present team with the Swarmer again, but the action continues.
Oh my gosh, Bogart. Like, he had that was such a great spot because everybody had to go up. So that means that he only has to wait for them to just cling to the cliff, and he can just like have such a great time in just grabbing people with that Titan of his. Now, YG still is a full 3 out in the open here, but Thuckneft, yeah, he had to use his ominous blade there just to try to maybe hope for something. Okay, just a bit of a disconnect, guys. Don't worry about it. We'll try to get back into that one, but it really got a bit too bloody on that one. So we might have gotten disconnected, but the game would have continued. So we'll have to wait for the tournament organizers to kind of conclude to us what happened there. Or if you can get back into the fight, maybe this is it. Maybe we got reconnected back into it. Ah, yeah, beautiful. Thank you so much, because I didn't want to miss a single moment of this one, because it's now down to TGE, Bamboo, and Full Sense.
Absolutely. The brawl continues. The Giants, the Titans, still up and running. That gold katana on TGE's Rip 113. We'll try to do as much damage as I can. And I cannot believe Ish is still here, firing down upon the land below with that Swarmer. Nobody has taken care of him. And TGE, to nobody's surprise, has taken the top spot at the very last game of our first half of the day, if I'm not mistaken. That was a bit of a mouthful.
Oh, I got that. Okay, perfect. I got the score up and running. Can see it perfectly. Just wanted to check it out. And yeah, you were mentioning it, right? So TGE, fairly good performance all throughout. So TGE had 13 kills overall. Where is on I'm trying to see where they were at the end of this. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. They're team top 13 with 1 kill only. We got Bamboo at 3rd place with 11. We got Full Sense on 2nd place, but with 2 kills. And again, that's not really the biggest of things, but I think Full Sense are already high into the rankings, that they're at least technically safe for the top 4 for today. Again, we still have like 2 more days to go, so but you do have such a great start here for Full Sense, TGE, Bamboo, and I'm gonna say Infinity.
Yeah, and like you said, Bamboo has been very consistent. They did nab 9 kills for themselves. TGE will definitely bolster their stock with 16 multiplied by 1.6 plus 5 is going to be, again, the thing to reinforce them. That is a lot of math that I am honestly not willing to do. You guys have calculators. We all have calculators. But yeah, it's just a little unfortunate to see KJD and OM3 to fall in this type of scenario, but they do nab quite a bit of kills. Just unfortunate, just a tiny bit unfortunate for them.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more unfortunate for OM there. So that will conclude the matches that we have here for Group A and B. So that means that they're going to stop for a little bit. But again, because this is a 3-day endeavor for the group stages specifically here, Raph, there is somewhat of an adjustment period here. Because I feel like some of the teams that we've seen might have been a bit more shocked about how other teams were playing. Because again, we were kind of expecting some of the teams to be a bit more passive and whatnot, but everybody was just ready to rumble. It really was a Royal Rumble like in wrestling or stuff like that, right? Everybody just coming in one by one. It's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, just to finish off as well, that means that they just have to adjust, and they do have at least the rest of the night to think about what they want to do, what they want to try to get better on, and then perform on the next day as well.
Yeah, that being said, this has been an excellent feeling out phase. With the numbers, I'm looking at the numbers right now. It's going to be a very difficult climb for some of these players. And we're not saying they're incapable of doing so. It's just the difficulty, especially with the pressures of being in a tournament as grand as this and on a stage that is highly, highly viewed by a lot of our Naraka players. Tournament nerves might be there. You being conscious might be there too. And don't forget, guys, there are drops on Twitch, so go ahead and do that if you can.
Oh yeah, I've already gotten mine, so you guys can get yours as well. Yeah, I know, I'm very fast. I was watching on Twitch as well, man. I was reading the chat and everything, so they're really having fun with the matches here, and they were really enjoying the consistency of some of the teams here, most notably with Bamboo Esports. Again, I was very shocked about how they performed into this one. So it seems like we are gonna go in for that break. We got some highlights for you, and I believe we're gonna come back for Group C and Group D later at 6 o'clock. So see you guys then. We'll be back. Just gonna take a long break.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. Glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
How do you get the charge? Left click can see that.
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
They took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Volda Tui. Got a problem with that?
How do you get the charge? Left click! Can see
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
They took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built burn. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Volda Twee. Got a problem with that?
How do you get the charge? Left click! Can see
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
They took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built there. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Volda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge! Left click! Can see
一个，但是时间赶不及太大了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight, because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
How do you get the charge left click? Can see that?
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
They took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge! Left click! Can see now!
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight, because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click! Can see
一个能够双抓吗？但是时间好像不太够了。
sacrifice for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight, because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Hey guys, we're back. It took a while, you know. We had a long break, of course, because we're setting everything up for this next group or set of teams that we'll be playing for the Naraka Blade Point Hero Top Clans 2021 Winter Tournament. My name is Asarai. With me now is Raph, and we'll be your casters for the rest of the night.
That's right, guys. And as you can see, Asarai has evolved. He has grown a jacket. My ink spots, they are only spreading throughout this wanted poster because, of course, we are stuck on Moru's Isle as well. But yeah, that was the first half of the day. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I know Twitch chat has had a field day of talking to each other, calling out the plays, and basically telling everybody, oh my goodness, there has been nothing but fighting. And yes, that is very true. Yeah. The moment the 2-minute marker passes, everybody just starts wailing on everybody. And hey, that's fine. That's action-packed.
Yeah, exactly. Like, again, because there's just so much happening around the map, it just gets me and Raph pretty much head over heels with how much the action is. And for good reason. It's not just because it's all like all of these Christmas lights being flung up into the screen in front of your screens and whatnot. It's more of like, again, how well the teams have been utilizing their abilities as the game was progressing. You know, there was no real dull moment. It didn't feel like there was anything that felt let's say low class. Everything was high class for this particular tournament, and that's really saying something. Again, this being a relatively new game, a relatively new scene, a lot of the players, a lot of the teams right now really showing up what they can offer to the Naraka esports gods. And oh boy, yeah, that offering, man, it's a good one. It's a good one.
That's right. Aside from Moru's blessing, the players are definitely blessing us with a lot of strats. Again, we are at the CC meta. A lot of people have been joking too, is it Naraka Tianhai point? Because that's what we've been seeing all day. A lot of plays centered around Tianhai's Titan's Call, and for good reason. It's funny because like at the beginning of the game's life cycle, or still really a few months ago for being realistic, Tianhai was almost nowhere to be found. Now he is everywhere. He has spread his influence. The Divine Bell has been constantly wrong. Valdeki has been a great asset to a lot of these teams too, especially with her Nether Nightmare. Viper Ning with her V as well. Really been Twilight a lot of contributions. Yeah.
Exactly. It all again revolves around the domino effect, the wombo combo, so to speak. If you have that good synergy with your ultimates, and a lot of these teams, a lot of these players are figuring out that, oh, this works with this, or it's really just a mix and match of which teamfight ultimate is good for the situation and what you can use to follow afterwards. Which also is probably interesting to point out as well, is we haven't really seen that many Mataris, I would say, and even Terumi, if I am not mistaken, because the one, or Kurumi, excuse me, not Terumi, Kurumi. But the reason why I'm pointing this out is because Matari supposedly should be the one to have a possible good counter versus the Viperning, because her ultimate, when you use it for your whole team, I believe that's like the V3, you can make everybody invisible, break the line of sight immediately, and not get tethered by the Twilight Crimson once you get hit. But haven't really seen that much. For the Kurumi, we have seen a fair amount, but not as much as the Tianhai that has really found his resurgence in the pool here. Even though the Titan might seem to be somewhat of a heavy weight to use around, well, if you know how to use that weight and you know where to throw it around, it seems like such a deadly tool to utilize when it is activated, and these teams really utilizing it well.
Absolutely. And thinking about that, with Yushan, the newest addition to our roster, I'm not entirely sure if he's allowed in play yet, but once again, he's an excellent initiator with his line breaker. He also has a Tianhai-esque ulti with the Great General, although it is definitely more offense-oriented compared to Tianhai, because Tianhai has the ability to be a healing tank, right, with his V3, which is, we haven't really seen a lot, I guess, you mentioned. Kurumi's really been the one that's taken the I will always be the hard support role. We've seen a lot of umbrellas flying around as well. One thing that I have not really expected was the mass use of the cannons. I thought we'd see a lot more of other things, but both the repeating crossbow and the cannons have seen quite a lot of playtime today.
Yeah, I guess it's just because of the fact that cannons per se is good for suppressive fire without really exposing yourself. Like maybe with the bow, it's not as good because you don't have that AoE unless you have the exploding arrow. I believe the game is prepared now, so we're just going to transition into that one. And the repeating arrow, maybe because there's so many Tian Hais, that it's a great synergy tool and a counter tool all in one. Like, it's great at chipping HP of a big Titan, and it's also like easy to just pick off somebody when you can just like fire rapid arrows towards the target that Tian Hai is just grabbing and just, you know, what's the word here? Just parading in the air, you know, so he holds you up high.
That's right, and we are going to begin our probably most agrarian phase of the game. It doesn't really last too long, though, as a lot of teams are just trying to pick things up. It does already look like it doesn't last long at all, as it is going to be Team 14, which is OC, versus Penguinese, taking a bit of damage here. Actually, I'll just get back on that, as Team 5, they are to lose one member. However, Team 14, he does pick up armor here for the armor swap. Not a lot of health, though. Doesn't really matter. The numbers advantages here. Beautiful, beautiful catch. WS taking a bit of hits here, Asterai. Oh, but beautiful uppercut. That could be death. Good tech catch. Beautiful counter. Oh!
I thought you'd be more interesting.
Oh, man. He caught him before the grapple was successful by Hagunaf here, but what was a bit more unfortunate is just he just dropped the ball there. The OS player, at least one was able to go for the punish. That is Cafe no Suga. Wondering if he can revive his teammate here, which he is trying to do so, but here comes the other team, the third partiers, WS, Suka, and the rest of the squad. Again, this is a whole different ballpark here, guys, because this is Group C and Group D. Speaking of which, we really didn't brush up on the points for Group A and Group B, so quick little recap on that, Raph. Full Sense and Infinity on Group A, 62 and 44 points respectively. And then for Group B, we got Bamboo Esports, 84.8 points on day one. My goodness. And then TGE is like 44.9, which is still good, but twice the points. That's kind of ridiculous.
Exactly. Again, a lot of fanfare behind Bamboo. A lot of supporters in chat as well. A lot of fans, which is always nice to see, but we already have a bit of a scuffle here between Team 1 and Team 10. That Titan Skull is going to be ready anytime soon. This Valda Keep is trying to make as much distance as he can. The Cigar Ash does not want to be burnt out as quickly as they can. They do have daggers. They have to close out the distance, though. These Great Swords are doing so much work, too. But here we have the aggressive jump. Has to expend that F, that haze. So far, no dice. And the purple cannon is coming out, too. Armor has been shed on the side of KGM as they try to retreat, lick their wounds. They even expend the Bane Breath here just to get a bit more safety, but no, Valaki ult is going to pop on Penguinese as their fights continue. They have no breaks whatsoever. Beautiful, beautiful Dragon Slayer here, but they do manage to escape. He is going to get held up high, get shot down, and get thrown onto the ground. Yet another victim by Samael. They still look to fight, though. There's another team just right around the corner, and they can hear it. They're just re-equipping themselves and repairing.
Yeah, Samael's incredibly, well, not really low, but he has no armor, so to speak, so he has to at least armor up for the moment. There is another squad that's right near beside him, and finally he finds that little bit of solace at the side here just to get that heal back up. We are seeing as well that OC has already lost all of their resurrections, so I believe that they are just back to square one. If they die, that's going to be it for them. 44 left onto the board here, Raph, as they are getting hounded down, and immediately they just disengage. They know that they don't really have the hottest of items here, the hottest of weapons, and, well, no range to actually try to shoot opponents from afar. So all they can really do as of the moment, especially now that they don't have ultimates from the looks of it, is just to disengage, back away for first. But seems like the fight has already been brought up to them. We now have Red Whale on the Karumi. Seeing somebody, or Matari, excuse me, on the Assassin. This could work. There is, again, the Zephyr Prison keeping everybody contained, and OC capitalizing, looking to win. And that's going to be the Divine Bell, I think, to solidify everything. Samael looking for the combo with the Great Sword. He's just shy bit of like an inch of just hitting it, and finally finds a triple.
That's right, we have two giants here just kind of dancing around each other. They can't really find the teammates that they really need to isolate here, but The long-range grapples are already being thrown out. The supportive umbrella is here as well, as 2 HP's Hoa TM is gonna escape with dear life. But a bit of a big brawl here. The Sacred Circle is gonna get popped. It's gonna be extra survivability. Everybody is just trying to dance around this. They disperse. They equip the Delta Split. Team 6 doing so well here. AG like to trying to gather as many points as they can, but already 2 downs on both teams here. So pretty even. No more heals up as well, but no more armor. Oh, beautiful gold focus. Being such a problem with so much movement. The Divine Bell is going to keep him alive for just a bit longer here, but no, he gets grappled instead by the Spool and gets peppered by light attacks. Hoa TM and the rest, they do survive, as yet another encounter could be just around the corner here.
You know what happened to Lightspeed there? The Yoshihime? He ran out of durability on the dagger.
Ah, that's unlucky.
Yeah, looking at it, it's like 5 durability left, and he just got lost. So he had literally nothing left to just try to, you know, wiggle his way. He could have maybe used her fisticuffs, but you know, up against such a sharp weapon, no dice.
Yep. But looking at these things now, it does look like Hoa TM is going to be the man of the hour. Him and the rest of the AG boys. But rather, it does look like it's a little bit of a mix of tags there. So far, we are now looking at 496. I think everybody at this point, a lot of the teams have been weeded out. So right now, I think they're just doing missions. They're getting all their blessings up, just trying to find as many scrolls, get as much gold as they can, and load up on those very, very important sacred jades now. Or rather, on the soul jades. Oops, getting all mixed up there, folks. And by far, this is the most peaceful it has been for the entire day.
Yeah, we haven't really seen too big of a fights as well. And it's probably to the nature of some of the pickups that we have here. You know, we were kind of pointing out earlier on during the Group A versus Group B matchup that haven't really seen too many Mataris, and lo and behold, we're actually seeing about a fair amount here. So I think right now, from the looks of that, it's more about just because the change of let's just call it like hero compositions, we might also be seeing just a lot more skirmish intensive fights, because we do have the Tian Hai obviously, but it's supplemented by Matari plus Yotohime that doesn't really thrive on long range on these prolonged fights, especially when you're up against the Valdequees of the fight. And speaking of which, we only see Valdequee already, 496, Toby, Shade, and Sigurd Ash. Toby in the perfect time to utilize his blade there. Besides otherwise, and just uses, I believe, the Titan just to kind of secure the fight for now. Again, looking at the other one here, a little bit too dicey here. Akane lets the TM as well near the edge of the zone, making the utilization here. Has one out in the open, smacks it down to the floor. Not really the biggest of damage, but at least damage done nonetheless. Akame now backing up into the safe zone because he's actually incredibly low, but Simpson activates his own, tries to go for the grapple, but can't find too much, as everybody else is just gone and just escaped. And this is the weird part. When you're a Titan out in the walls of Maria, can you actually get back into the safety of the city, or not the safe zone, at least in this regard? Is it gonna happen? Nope. There's another team that's just gonna take a nice footprint.
And that was a beautiful parry coming on from that Valdequee player here. Yet another skirmish is about to ensue. So far, though, it has been dealt with very, very quickly, and they have no qualms whatsoever, just looting up. And yet another quick one, just right outside of our reaches. And yes, I think that is going to be the first Matari we're going to see. It's going to be Eco win. Maybe we'll actually rock that V3 like you mentioned. It is a very notable counter to the Viper Ning ult. Other than that, they can also kind of run ambushes with that if ever they choose the third party like that. A bit expensive to do that, but still an available option. It does look like Team 2 and 11, Red Whale, Blue Star, and Blue River 8-8 are gonna run into Slump, or rather Gump, and Slash down. And another Valdequee ult, still waiting for them to line up. Goes for the spears actually, so going for the more damaging route. But will have to bounce out, as this Vajra from Tian Hai is getting a reasonable amount of damage getting put down to him. Not a lot of grapples either. trying to get away from this Bane Breath as quickly as he can, as fast as a Titan can go. And he is now reduced. His mortal form, the Divine Bell, has been popped out. He's trying to armor up with his blue focus. And so far, it's been working. He's being kept alive. One more knockdown here. No more armor on Red Whale. No, Blue Shark. Very thematic names. But again, the tech catch game, a little too powerful. The Sacred Circle has been dropped too. But look at that, the Abyssal Aura causing so much problems. And that is armor gone, players dead. Yet another loot pile to take care of, but not before this final player falls. Beautiful knockdown. Dragon Slayer is coming out as well. And that's it. Once again, yet another loot pile. But wait a minute, we're not taking any breaks yet. They try to kill the player that's laid down the Sacred Circle here. Again, no breathers whatsoever, Asarai.
Yeah, just a straight up different squad that we're actually seeing here. And that was unfortunate for Double H because they basically had nothing working out for them. They got outplayed straight up. Just nothing that they could really do there. The Titan was exposed, didn't get the value, and the rest of the team just wanted to fight back, and hopefully they could have maybe had something to re-engage with, but opponent really just played it so incredibly well. Now, here right in front of us, we do see a bit of a tussle here with PH1. Really good grapples coming in from Boss Earn, and he's earning himself a couple of kills here and there. He's really spamming the yoinks here, and the Viper-ning ultimate to just boost that run right back up. And as those two are starting to do that domino effect, the wombo combos with the crowd control, Mad Koala is going to be the one that's just frantically just throwing every ability that he has just to heat back up. But it seems like even through all of that confusion, all of that fight, all of the ultimate being expended, nobody gets knocked off. They had to respect that the Viper-ning, as well as Suka's Titan there, was just too much to deal with. Now, moving forward a little bit farther away, we do see Dog Hunter, last person standing for Cat.
The shadow thickens.
This is the part where he has no more resurrections left, so he's just running for dear life. And what's perfect about this is he is the Batari, so he will have that double blink if he does want, or the blink at least does if he wants to do so, but not his ultimate. So he's just gonna try to create more space, wait for a bit more, and then just use that when the time is nigh for him to escape a heavy conflict or heavy conflict.
Oh, and that is a quick down by Gump here onto BBS. BBS once again snacked upon by this Titan form. TI9, he's doing so much work. I think he gets another one, or rather nearly gets another one. The rethought battles are still continuing. Once again, yet another grab, that repeating crossbow combo. Oh my goodness, how irritating that has to be. But we also have a return ult here on the side of BBS as Hancho wants to do work as well. Now everybody on the side of team number 11 is finding a little bit of refuge in that hut. But this Titan still has not been chained, has not been contained. Although they are down one teammate, if he can just pick up one, this is an easy way to level the playing field. And the combo with Ominous Blade, but it whips! An unfortunate whiff! Oh dear.
They kind of mistimed that, didn't they? Like, he threw it as soon as the Ominous Blade was about to throw itself down. That was probably the transition or the sequence that netted the least amount of damage, which was a little bit more on the unfortunate side. Zephyr Prison was utilized already there by the Tamilch. Doesn't want to hunt it too much. Comp just running away, creating space and more space with the dagger plus grapple hook combination. BBS as well could be just saying goodbye to this fight as they don't really want to touch it too much. It's a bit hot in the hands, and they do back away. They have good items, so to speak. Their loadouts as well are quite well, but I don't think it's actually enough to merit them to just stick longer into the fight, especially when they overstay their welcome. Having another team, the third party, is a definite concern for them as well. SZ, now on the other hand as well, on the other side here, has resurrected, picked up a good chunk of items too. Lightspeed, one of the players that probably should be watched out for here. I really like his combos with the Otahime, but we'll see how effective he is now that they've gotten back into their gears and seemingly not really looking to go for the fight. This is, as you mentioned, Raph, really different from what we saw from the Group AB matchup here. Just CD, a lot more staving of the hand, not committing to any of the fights too hard.
That's right, but as you mentioned that we are going to get into yet another mosh pit of players here as everybody's trying to find the right distance where they can poke safely as this Viper Ning is looking to just do a bit of damage as 9 Shade still holding on to that. Will slide along the ground here with that mobility, but looks to get for that high ground again. Tries a third party on the neighboring hut. Again, does have ults ready. Just waiting for that single knock. They're just waiting for that signal knock, the go signal for them to dive. Armor has been shed. A lot of good shots has been hitting on Huncho. I think they're getting closer and closer to popping that Viper Ning ult. Going for the top spot here. Does not want anybody to break line of sight, and is absolutely perfect. Right on this part of the map. Yep, not a lot you can do. They're trying to go as high as they can, though, to just escape what could be inevitable. But how long can they truly last? Is Martinez from BBS doing his best to get away from 496, but he runs into 2 of their players, already getting peppered down by the cannons. Oh dear me. Tries to grapple away, but gets chased down. Beautiful hook for team number 4, BBS. They try to make a swift escape here, but everybody's right on their coattails as team number 11 look to pincer them. And it does look like 9 Shade has done his job, shoot those belligerents away with the bow, and has restored weapon health and weapon durability. And once again, we are going to be entering yet another agrarian phase of the game.
BBS got lucky, to be honest, in that one, because pointed out Shade was just hitting some ridiculous arrow shots, right? Like, he was removing literally the whole chunk of armor that his opponents had. And that in turn allowed his teammates just to kind of close the gap, because everybody else on the enemy team was just healing right back up to full and didn't really, and in the process of that, got caught and just wanted to get out of that because they weren't really prepared to go for the fight and actually commit to it. Speaking of committing to fight as well, you are seeing here TM test the waters against 496, but they're quite established already here at this one little little hut. But 496 actually back against the wall, has to move forward right now because the zone is closing in hard on them. If they try to ride the edge of the wave here, so to speak, they could actually get caught by a whole other team. And looking on to the other fight as well. See? Again in the fight here. Oh, that's a double pickup too. Swing it up. Bam! Slap it with the triple. Lovely, lovely stuff. And PH1 at the edge of a better angle. He actually just double like yoinked too, but he wasn't able to slap them down both because he ran out of time.
Yeah, SC is not looking too healthy in this fight as PH1, the representatives of PH, doing such a great job of keeping all these fights very kosher and very well spaced. But it does look like there is yet another scuffle towards the forest area here. KGM not done yet. But PH1, like you said, rather like we said, picking their fights, just rather going for position. There is a Moru's Blessing right around the corner. It already looks like TM have claimed this one. They're even going to use them. I'm not even sure if that's their own main breath that they picked up from the shop. But either way, it's going to provide a little bit of a deterrent for other teams to try and contest this. And they're just very happy that they're sitting on top of a lot of loot. Hella loot.
Spamming or gathering all that they can. They don't have Valdequi in their team, but oh boy, are they pirates right now? Just getting all the good juicy bounty, or I don't know what's the word for it. What's the other word for loot when you're like a pirate? That's loot, actually. Treasure, maybe.
Yeah,
just loot. I've been watching too much One Piece right now. Basically it. Yeah,
it's all good. It does look like 496. They've been really optimizing as much as they can with the range that they're allowed to play with the bow, especially on 9 Shade. And it's been working out pretty well for them. They've been healthy. They've picked up a couple of kills, if I'm not mistaken, and if my memory doesn't betray me. They're still pretty well equipped if they want to go, get down and dirty to business. They hear a bit of a fight going on between Gump and every single person from team number 5, which is WS. Gump doing a great job of staying alive, but that armor isn't the same story for him. He does get knocked down, if worst case scenario, he can pop his Titan form here, but instead does get that beautiful, beautiful grapple away and will instantly pop the heal while they try to look for him in the bush. And they finally find him, but he gets a light combo in, tries to parry the red attack, but again, the numbers advantage is a little too insurmountable, forcing to use the Titan's Call. And that other team, oh boy, WS, they can just run away. They've already forced the hand of Gump here. That's already so much team fight potential getting ruined for future fights. I think Gump knows this too. He's trying to maximize the value as much as he can, but everybody's just breaking line of sight right now.
That's the horrible thing, right? Is he tried to use his ultimate to save himself, but in the process, he just made himself such an easy target. Well, thankfully enough, though, nobody actually willing to commit to him because I guess because there's so many teams, nobody just wanted to engage the fight. They're playing much safer. They don't want to, go down from their pedestals right on top of the mountain just to take that one teeny tiny kill. I guess positioning overkill for that situation is the best course of action. Really good yoink. Toby slapped to the ground and insta-gibbed by Chunko. Chunky kill for sure. Does get his heal back up. It's going to be great for him as he tries to just disengage as PH1 right on top of this plateau. Looking to be engaged upon by multiple targets here. And it's become a bit of a toss-up. Everybody else has to scramble because, yeah, Shadow Realm or the zone about to claim, or Shadow Corruption. I keep saying Shadow Realm. It's in Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, the Shadow Corruption about to hurt a little bit more. So that's everybody just scrambling to get out of that one. But Hiraf, other team, 496, have yet to give this bit of treehouse for them. Oh, the pure-hearted kids that they are.
And yet they still manage to take position here as yet another scuffle is happening around these corners. A lot of these teams are just really playing for pokes here, trying to get as much utility and as much items as they can with the already fallen bodies around them. And I think they're really trying to maximize the circle here. A lot of them still have not popped their ult, not once. The eco win here with the lone Matari on the map as of the moment. We'll have to pop that unseen wings one way or another in the final circle, but Snack looking incredibly confident with the amount of spools and the amount of armor he has. Will once again still go for the high ground here, just baiting for anybody to overextend. I like that choice by PH1. It's a little interesting trying to edge guard there. Did take a bit of damage and a bit of poke going into this one. But man, the concentration of players we have here, it's probably going to come down to one big Viper Ning ult, or maybe just one big Valdaki ult that'll catch everybody. But like you said, nobody's committing to anything. Everybody's just vibing as of the moment. A little bit of poke here, a little bit of cannon fire. The Swarmer is also coming out just to dissuade people. Hey, leave us alone. This roof is ours. No dives yet.
I just want to point out there's like a couple of rats scurrying about on one of the ceilings of the buildings here. I didn't see which team that was. I think that was maybe WS, but it is hanging around, just making sure that in this somewhat of a close circle, they have maybe some safety with that. Oh, mid-air shots with the swarm, sickening beats as it explodes right in the top. And speaking of top, three teams raining hell from up above with all of their repeat crossbows as well as those cannons. And TM, you're not shying away from this fight. They actually are shooting right against them, retaliating the bullets, the ammunition being spread throughout, and somehow they're actually surviving the Lucky Dickens, interestingly enough. And TM, they haven't given up this position yet. They haven't taken any damage too. I believe my co-caster is
awakening.
Yes, I'm here. No, I was here saying Enigma once more. I was just saying that it's crazy how long he lasted because of the crouch spam when he was hitting for that armor powder, but no. Can't really escape when you get caught by another Tianhai. Can't really get the follow-up either. It is going to be yet another crescendo of violence for all these teams, as Genji is going to be the biggest target on the field as of the moment. Will return to being just a regular person here with a lot of weapons. But of course, Chunko will chime in. He's just waiting for his teammates to do as much damage as he can. He is going to toss him down to the ground. That isn't going to be a confirmed kill yet, but look at all these bodies on top of this tiny hut here is TM still trying to fight for position. A lot of cannon fire and a lot of arrows coming down their way. They try to make the best out of the situation with Panthy, even with that golden greatsword. Don't really do much. The Sacred Circle has been popped too. Just a bit more health and just a little more time to be spent. On top of that, we even see the Zephyr Prison as it is vacuuming every single one of these players and not letting up. Of course, Akame still holding on to his Titan's Call, waiting for the right moment, waiting for the weakened player so he can just grab on and let his teammates finish this. But his pistols are run out and nobody cares. He's just reloading right in the center of it all. He's just chilling, he's just vibing. But of course, over at PH1, they're getting really busy. They're getting down and dirty.
Actually looking quite solid on this endeavor of theirs, just to kind of hold this one angle on the far corner of the map. They're not in the position where, yeah, this one specifically is, where TM is just getting shot from. And yeah, this is like the beauty of
back with a poem
of VR, right? Or the beauty of Naraka VR is you can take a breath even when your opponent is just like 1 inch away from you. As long as you don't get flinched, you can just do basically whatever you want. Heal back up, reload your stuff. Everything you want to do is up in the air to do. Speaking of just everything you want to do, well, we see ourselves what I'd like to call a tiny little kill box in the center of everything. And when you have Yotohime in such close proximity, that is the perfect position just to rip one out. Speaking of ripping one out, Martinez, how lucky are you? Very dumb lucky. With his ultimate, with that Viper-ning Twilight Crimson not being capitalized on, everybody's just covering their eyes. There's a little bit of dirt standing in their eyes.
Pocket sand. But it does look like someone else is getting grabbed again, as Smug was the more patient Tianai here. The only Titan in the field as of the moment, and everybody's just dancing in and out of the Shadow Corruption here. A lot of damage being tossed around. He is now reduced to a monk yet again. And look at this. Please don't look at me. Please don't look at me. He has to climb. He has to get some verticality, get full armor. Nearly dodges, or rather just nearly getting hit by that greatsword. And both Sacred Circles been popped on both sides here. Both TM and 3T, they've been at this for the last 5 minutes now. A minute left until the circle closes and everybody gets burnt. But look at this. Look at the patience by DG. They use the verticality and they finally decide to jump in. The blue focus hits so many people. Oh my goodness, the big stun. And 3T, suddenly it's looking so disastrous for them. This could be between TM and DG now. Beautiful timing on the side of DG here, just holding on to all their marbles up until they swing like vultures. And DG, they could potentially take this as they're wailing on the last member of 3T, and that they do. Congratulations to DG with around 7 kills for them. 3T having a respectable number as well. Just a bit of a quick rundown there, but ooh, what a starting match for a second half.
Oof, indeed. That was like the most perfect outcome for DG. Like, first and foremost, the Viper-ning ultimate connected. But when everybody tried to scramble, they actually lined up for focus attacks to be well capitalized upon, especially on that greatsword. So the waves that were coming out from the weapon, so perfect, because it could hit just multiple people since they were stunned up, and the damage was immense that nobody was able to just get back into that because they were so near each other now. The zone was so small, they couldn't really just try to escape outside and hope to dear God that they could just like survive or something like that. So DG, perfect strike for them. And what's actually also awesome about that is that means that if they got all of those kills, that was a surefire 6K, if I'm not mistaken. And looking back into it, DG has actually amounted to, well, 7 kills. So that one last sequence actually helped them out to get really good amount of kill points as well when the first game ended.
That's definitely my favorite moment of the night already. You know, DG, they just stand on top of the tree, they perch themselves up, they wait for TM and 3T to just kind of blow off some steam. You know, like, you guys are a little frustrated, let's just let you mash M1 as much as you can. And the moment they jumped down, it became so incoherent. The only thing I saw was the Tianhai charge up that that blue focus, and I was like, uh-oh, he's gonna let it rip. And that he did, landing again on so many players. I feel like the C&D pool's field has already given itself the distinction compared to our first half of today. And honestly, that's a good sign for everybody.
It is, right? Because we were so much treated to great sword spams in the A and B match, the incredible amount of Tian highs. I mean, to be fair, C&D still has a incredible amount of Tian highs,
So
but
many.
we're seeing Mataris be utilized. We're seeing Kurumis be picked up a lot more. And honestly, I think that just shows how a lot of these teams really do tend to play so much more different. But here's the kind of weird thing about that, Raph. It's like both teams on both of these matches have created like such distinctive yet similar ways. Like for A and B, both A and B teams play so similarly. For C and D, same could also be said, I feel. And finally, we also even saw a couple of those pesky dangling rats or bats just hanging around the ceilings and just waiting for the opportune moment to make something happen. That was just a little bit of a funny quip that some of these teams are kind of doing just to kind of prolong their life. So if they get like a good amount of kills, they can also secure the favorable multipliers moving forward into the tournament. But all said and done, we still have game number 2 and 3 for C and D to look forward to.
Absolutely. And yeah, I really appreciate this more paced gameplay from C&D. Again, there was nothing wrong with A and B. It's just, I guess, we're getting later into the night. A lot more teams have kind of cooled down from all those nerves. So they have a more exact game plan to what to do. But I believe very, very shortly, we are going to be running into the highlights very soon. So just stay tuned, folks, as me and Astor are going to be continuing to talk about DG. I'm not entirely sure where they came from because, like we said, there's a lot of fanfare with a lot of these teams. And with a tournament as big as this, there's bound to be some sleeper teams, right? I'm not saying DG is a sleeper team. It's just, this is such a great platform to discover what playstyles and what meta really dominates a region.
Yeah, and again, there isn't really anything that is overwhelmingly strong in the Naraka Blade pool. I think right now we are at that sweet spot that almost anything can work and can work well, right? So there's nothing really that's bad. Like if you want to do Kurumi or Matari in your comps, by all means, it works incredibly well. It might not be as effective as, let's say, the Wombo combos, but we did see some situations where the Matari was, I think, a somewhat good selection.
Definitely, and I'm just happy that Valdeki is getting as much playtime as she is, you know, like that's, I don't really care about the meta, to be honest with you guys. As long as Valdeki is in, I'm a happy man. I'm a very happy man, honestly. But yeah, the F3 for Valdeki has honestly found a lot of success every single time the Valdeki player, because like we said, the Valdeki, I believe it's the easiest turn. When it comes to ults, you just have to land your another nightmare. Again, it's very forgiving. It's a big wave, guys. It's a big wave. You have to play a little bit more backliney compared to, let's just say, the Tianhai, right? Which garners a lot of attention when he's in Titan form.
Yeah. And again, I think it also goes to show that Tianhai just is as good as the player that uses it. Because you can always use that Titan, but if you position yourself wrong, if you predict slower than the movement of your opponent, then that Titan really has no threat whatsoever. And we saw there was some Titan uses there that was just more utilized just to keep themselves alive, which is fine, of course. Obviously, that's not like a bad thing. But again, it is difficult if you can't really utilize those yoinks. Anyways, highlights are prepared for you guys. We're going to leave you for a bit, going on to a break, and then when we come back, it's game number 2.
外に持ってった。How do you get the charge? Left click can see
能
now.
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
外に持ってった。How do you get the charge? Left click can see now.
能一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
And look at the focus on this man's face.
Yeah, excuse me. I was pretty much looking at other things that prepare us for the cast, right? That's like my resting Aserai face. My wrath.
His icy glare. His icy glare. Welcome back, guys. Once again, this is the Raf Aserai tandem. We hope you've been having a pretty wonderful night. Whatever time zone you're in, I think this is the prime time to go grab a snack, go grab a drink, go grab dinner, just something to energize you, because we still have two more exciting games that's probably going to be 90% fighting, like what we've seen ever since the beginning.
Yeah, in contrast to that, though, we have seen such a different stride of strats, I think, or I guess like approach to how to play Naraka Blade Point with this particular tournament format, with again just having more emphasis on the multipliers of kills rather than the placements, because we have placement points that is 0.5. How do we have a game, a battle royale game, that has a placement point in esports of 0.5 only in the Naraka Blade Point, because they emphasize on getting more kills? But to get the bang for your buck with those kills, you gotta also be actually top of the leaderboards here, like rank 1, just to get that highest multiplier of 1.6. So if you have a lot of kills, that's good. But if you, again, have like higher placements as well, even better. But yeah, just to finish off what I was talking about, much different from what we saw. Game 1 for the CND, wildly more tame than what we saw from A and B. But maybe it's just because they were testing the waters on that first game too, Raph. Maybe here in second and third, some more other more teams will be looking to be even more aggressive.
Yeah, and talking about that, the placement points, I love that Naraka really reinforces the point home that, hey, thou shall not be pusillanimous. Thou shall not display that type of behavior. And once again, we are going to see that type of aggression as we jump right into the game, folks.
Yeah, let's drop into it, Let's go to the positions. Let's get into the game already, guys. Second map. 1 down, 2 more to go. Here we are, looking quite quickly into it. And quick little recap as well, Raf. Don't think we did see the points, or we didn't recap it when we came back from the break. But again, DG holding up, as well as 3T, who got about, for DG, that was like 7 kills. And then for 3T, that was 14 kills. So really are on the upper echelons here. Will we see a team at the end of this 3-game series actually get like 80 points, similar to what we saw with Bamboo Esports in that last one?
And that dude just got annihilated. Gone. Reduced to atoms. As OC is already struggling to hold their own against team number 12 here, doing such a great job of holding it off and holding their ground, taking as much loot as they can, and even forcing a bit of a res here. But nope, the jump back is right here. The backup from OC is here as Samael tries to hold on to Cafe No Sugar. But nope, it is not meant to be, as Lightspeed is trying to shoo them away as much as he can. The spear has been doing so much work, as well as this Yotohime. And now, once again, they look to re-engage as the boys over at SZ collapse on OC. Samael, a bit of a straggler here, getting zoned out by the rest of SZ as Lightspeed, true to his name, is quick on the attack. The Divine Bell unfortunately missed time, but a beautiful parry to drop the spear. But what does it matter when the numbers are here? And they get that knockdown. Samael will closely follow as SZ. Not looking too good yet. They do have those beads, so they do have an extra chance. But meanwhile, DBS, Hanchi and Martinez looking for a bit of trouble. Maybe you were right, Asrai. Maybe you're absolutely right. That first game was just a feeling out phase, as Hancho has already acquired himself a gold katana to lay waste to anybody who tries to duel with him.
Yikes. Gold katana is the worst possible matchup you would want to go up against when you're near walls. Because I feel like katana is one of the weapons that makes uneven terrain easy for you. Because you have that triple slash, right, with the focus attack. So that wherever you are, if your opponent is slightly above you or slightly below you, you don't really have to chase for it. You just have to angle the katana at in a way that you can actually just hit them with the focus. And speaking of focus, that's not really a focus attack, but it's a focus of barrage with the repeater here. So much damage, and lo and behold, Rat 496S again at the helm of just being overall just incredibly aggressive, but not far behind. WS Suka, excuse me, shooting out a lot more of his bows.
That's right. It does look like they're trying to get somebody up here. Cigar Ash's timer is expiring, but Suka, like you said, being the long-range menace, usually that's Nightshade's job, but Toby's gonna eat one in the head. That's 500 damage. Oh boy. And that triggers the jump. Suka getting very, very antsy here. Toby has been shooed away, but not before Shade with a golden spear. Oh, who's gonna outduel who? Again, the damage discrepancy is gonna be very, very obvious, as no Divine Bell will be available for WS Suka. And that Viper Ning getting so much value will finally finish him off. And Haganok wants a piece of this cake too. That greatsword, although will do a lot of damage, will reduce Nightshade to half health. Thankfully, he has backup in the form of Toby, but Toby is just a bite away, a breeze away from falling into the spectator lobby. They finally get the hook down. The Sacred Circle is up, but Haganok, that is not enough. I mean, for him to stay alive, as Cafe No Sugar is also engaging in a bit of a brawl here. But Lightspeed, like I said, is a speed demon, finding the down very, very quickly as SZ rack up yet another set of points for themselves.
I think you can really do now with that one. Man, 496S, probably one of my favorite teams right here. They just work so well together, making sure that there's no stone left unturned. They're just gonna play to the best of their abilities and synergize well with each other. And boy, do they do that in such fantastic fashion. Now, a couple of the teams here, I believe, don't have any more resurrections. Like, some of them still do have, but some of the other ones, I think, have been knocked right back out. That's why we're seeing 35 live rating. It could be wrong on that regard. And finally, we are seeing, of course, the lookout onto the maps here. Wow, there is just a... Like, Celestra is a war zone draft. There is so much action happening there. At least for now. There we go. There it is. Yep, there it is. Sacrificial ground has been utilized to Huncho. What you got to do with Meltinez? They got booped right back out. Can't really do too much. Viper Ning's ultimate is already off on cooldown. And because of this wall, I don't think they can really find too much combos to follow through. But Katana, man, like I told you, on even terrain, it really gets breezed by the Katana's focus attack. And look at that, 3T, one of the teams to actually beat from game 1, already knocked out here. Now, I'm not sure, because I didn't see their perspective, if they still have the resurrection left. But at least for now, they're just going to go back into play, at least with weaker weapons, if they do come back at all.
Oh, that is big damage on DG. Considering that they just raided that stash, but the Temple ult paired with the Tien High ult is going to prove so problematic. All these new toys, yet no space to use it, as Gump is going to be stunned outright. And Smug right here is landing a lot of free shots. The silence is going to come down too, so that F ability on the Titan can't be utilized whatsoever. The slam down. The chase is going to ensue. Oh, the beautiful timing by Smug just to save his teammate here. Gump is limping away and is only just, like I said, a breeze. And that wish has been, that morbid wish has been fulfilled by TM, who have been a victim of third parties. But this time around, they are going to be the oppressors, as DG Smug has no armor and has nowhere to go. Gets absolutely shredded by everybody here. Meanwhile, it does look like IMP is getting stuck between Bloom and TNT's TGT rather's Valdeki ult. The Nether Nightmare has to burn that bell just to stay alive, but no. The light attack can't really predict the mix. Gets caught by the bubble, the haze. Simpsons staying alive. Oh, beautiful off time that blue focus as well. Narrowing it down to just 2 more players is Nero and Dushan are trying to duke it out, but Simpson may have diced himself up here. But yet another blue focus attack. I mean, pardon me for my stumbling, but so many things are happening right now. And just like that, he gets crushed by the great sword.
Man, yeah. Sorry for my stumble there. That was just groundbreaking, literally and figuratively.
Literally.
Yeah, I like Simpson's play there. That was quite smart, right? Because everybody's just gonna preemptively use a parry. You can use that focus attack to, like, as you mentioned, off-time things. And if they actually try to dodge or try to escape, if they just escape in a straight line, or maybe if you can just predict where it's coming, that focus line attack is, or focus attack, excuse me, is so good at just doing that. Quite impressive, so to speak. Shade, I think he was yoinked, but because he was behind the wall, he wasn't, or behind the rock, he wasn't fully yoinked. Suka now running for dear life. WS, I think we're gonna go back again with a bit of a deja vu here to get caught. There it is. Ultimate prison, as well as the Val de Qui has just been utilized just to keep everybody contained for now. Toby trying to just create some space here. The rest of his teammates will be doing most of the damage. He tries to chase down. He has the great sword. Actually, doesn't try to chase, but they're actually just trying to escape here for the looks of it. Maybe they sniff something, or, you know, just better positioning. Positioning over the kills probably is the name of the game for the moment.
And the Shadow Corruption's really giving them a bit of a problem here, especially now that they're running out of Vitalia. But it does look like Gump looks to replicate the success of DG as he gets the jump on TM here. But no, it's actually him getting found out. The Hunter has suddenly become the hunted. But it does look like TM's just a little bit uninterested in finding one extra kill here. They opt to go for the position, and they opt to go for the Moru's Blessing control. Hancho has been a problem, a big problem with that gold katana, and has been doing such a great job of maintaining that status. Although once this Moru's Blessing is going to drop, it is going to prove to be a bit of an equalizer, as Genji looks to land a good hit here, but narrowly dodges Dame from behind, trying to stay within the pocket of his team, but nearly runs into the Valdehaze. Will land a good hit, but no, Cigar Ash still up and running. That fire is still burning. Klaus and him are right on their tail, but this compound is slowly getting flooded by a lot of players. I think TM have successfully raided that Moru's Blessing here. BBS is right on their tail. They want that loot. They want that gear. And Akame just doing such a great job of putting a lot of space behind them. And like you said, the comps have been pretty much similar here, being Tianhai the constant, Valdeki pretty common, and the Viper Ning. Just a lot of CC and a lot of damage on the table, as Boss Ern from ways away did find Taiza there with the ground pound. They've been doing a great job. I think this pool has been a lot more competitive compared to A and B, but it does look like everybody's just kind of scrambling for position here.
Speaking of scrambling, did you see that? TM went inside the Shadow Corruption just to wrap around BBS, and I think BBS don't know about it. Are they just still chasing, or are they going for positioning for the moment? PH1, there you go. They found themselves a bit of a beatdown right here and now. Okay, Yeri just gets a second kill, and no matter what their opponent is trying to do here, it's just not working. The flurry of attacks. 3T from 14 kills to looking to be just absolute rotten, down by PH1 and anyone else they just go up against. Just unfortunate turn of events there, Raf. And PH1, I think their woes are not yet done. There was a team right on top of them. Would love to see that once again. Yeah, there it is. TGT coming into the fray. And PH1 disengages, tries to run away here. How well can Yer get out? Not too well. Yeah, just trying to parry every single thing that they can. Maybe use the spear's extra mobility to space out even just a teeny tiny bit. Every little bit helps, possibly. And, well, it is working. They now have the high ground. And TGT, what are they going to be looking to? Chase or no? Because now we're looking at a different perspective. It's Team 10 versus Double H.
That's right, KGM and HH are in a brawl here. The Titan form has been committed, and a slam as Klaus is going to be out of contention for this one. Beautiful find by NTN. He gets another one. He's on fire. It looks like he's absolutely accurate with these long-range grapples, and he gets Genji out of the way. Mada, he says. Dame is the last member of KGM. You can't help but feel sorry for the guy. He has to escape. Yet another double elimination. The Tianhais truly shining with their double slams and whatnot. Cat surviving just a tiny bit more. Maple will try to find a bit of space to heal up, but it's Lightspeed trying to hold the line with this ominous blade as well. Dark Knight reduced to the Tianhai form, and they are gonna resurrect their slain member in the form of Wayne, rather. And Bane Breath is to cover KGM and their tracks. That gold armor is fully up and running. And I love this use. It's very defensive. I think they spot out team number 1, sorry, which is 496, who have been very, very persistent with using long-range weaponry. But in time, all will be revealed as Team DG, who were the winners of that previous map, are just vibing right now, missing that so important smug.
Raf, HH did not win.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought that they would actually win because they got like the double grapple with the Titan, right? But I think Dame was able to clutch it. Like I don't think we saw it in our POV, but
they're alive.
He was able to. Yeah, exactly. They're alive. They were able to get picked up. That's the thing. So HH, through all of their fantastic plays with NT, I mean, nice try, but that's about it. It was just a try. They weren't able to fully extend or fully get the wipeout, and they get wiped themselves. And quite unfortunate for Double H or HH.
That's right. Finding Team 6 here. Hoa TM is going to be forced to use. Oh, but a big whiff on that Valdeki ult. That is unlucky as all hell. And now he has been stunned. And look at all that damage coming through. It's not really going to bother him as much. The Sacred Circle is here. He looks to find yet another, and the double slam is going to come down. That is major damage, and that's the second time we've seen Klaus getting taken out of the equation the exact same way. Hoa TM, though, he has to skedaddle, as Genji is a fresher Vajra here. And it does look like another toss is going to come around. Team number 6 still kind of hurting from their losses. It's going to be down to a 1v2, if I'm not mistaken. Nearly landing the air shot here. The B2 doing such a great job of utilizing all that movement. And Genji could have been a victim of a free hit here. And the clash from the Greatsword does save him. The Valdeki F and, of course, the Divine Bell comes into play for both of these. But wait a minute. Suddenly, team number 6 is fully reinforced. BBS is right over the horizon too, and they look to gatekeep team number 6 as they are looting up that Moru's Blessing right over there.
You see that TGT? Or not TGT, but the other team that we saw a while ago. That remaining Tiantai was just played like spittle. So perfect. PH1, everything activated. Twilight the Crimson activated right there. We'll see if it's going to get any form of crowd control. Best. And in retaliation, it's going to be TM activating their own Titan. But yeah, this Titan's going to scurry away. There's just too many abilities used in response to the activation of the Vajra with that ominous blade. Not big damage actually on Mad Koala. Speaking that Akame just only got the one yoink, and this is again the problem for some of the Titans there. You know, it's not the size that matters, it's how you use it. And this Vajra is not being physical commitments as compared to BH1. Boss M, you show him who's boss, as the rest of this PH1 team is playing TM like an absolute fiddle. I believe we are left at 2 remaining members, but they are incredibly low. Only the armor to remain. Maybe the second ground can give them a bit more sustenance, but in the end, PH1 just has more to utilize. And Boss M, he's brought out his big, badass great sword, and boy, does it do so much damage. Yin realizes that he has to get away, which he does for a moment, but we'll probably be seeing it later on the kill feed that he might have gotten knocked out because it was the only one remaining. And speaking of which, one to remain should have been H-Ace's shark there, but it's only a matter of time. And Yin, yeah, there it is. Bam, bam, and good night.
Yep, and I love that little combo they did with the toss into, of course, the spear combo. And see, PH1 actually looking so impressive. I think they were second in the leaderboards. Definitely could be bolstered right now. Boss M does have that golden greatsword that you were championing. As SZ look to take a breather here, they have had enough points to go around.
Nice little picnic.
And, they're having a bit of a picnic here. They're just kind of vibing at the moment. You know what, guys? The Shadow Corruption looks pretty cozy. Just, you know, just around the corner. But 496, it does look like they found a straggler in the form of Cat's Cat, who let him out of the bag here. And this could be the end for Cat. Does not have too many spools left. Eventually will run out. Does have 8 available. If he does find a bit more in these houses, it could change the story. But it does look like Gump Slashdown do have a lot of control over this next Moru's Blessing, which could be yet another X Factor for them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. He still burns though.
No, he could actually set up for the other team that's chasing him. Look at how low SZ is. Wow.
That's unlucky.
That is the most, pardon my French here, BS thing I've ever seen happen. SZ was like just minding their own business, hiding in a brush, whatever you want to call it, right? Having a nice little picnic camp out. And then out of nowhere, a big bad bear just comes out, just like, get you. Oh man, that could have actually gone horribly wrong for SZ here, but they're back to their old shenanigans, back to just hiding in the corner. They used a bit of heals here and there, but at least they're still as a full 3. So I guess no harm, no foul. A little bit of harm, but not a lot of foul.
Not a lot of foul. Although, yeah, like you said, it does look like Samael, like the fallen angel he is, to be a load on this boat. Kakuna, Sawyer, and Penguinese are going to be a bit spectators here, as Lightspeed is going to find a bit of trouble in the form of Cigar Ash rocking that gold dagger. Again, if he has that Soul Jade, that's going to be super problematic. Of course, guys, there's the gift code. Do check that out. I think I should check that out too. But at the moment, that beautiful Spirit Slash, that V3 Spirit Slash is really doing so much work here. I'm not entirely sure why they popped this Viper Ning ult, but they get the stuns. Wayne is pretty much dead. Beautiful setup there. Getting stuck. Shade, though, still in a bit of a doozy as the rest of SZ are there to back those boys up. And once again, Cat could be the spoiler, charging up the Dragon Slayer. So far, no dice on 9 Shade. 9 Shade this time around doesn't have the bow, instead does have the repeating crossbow, which is an absolute shredder of a weapon. But Dark Knight seems to have dispersed away from the main fight of it all. A lot of his teammates are down. That's the reason why he's the only lone survivor here. And he has to save his Titan's Call Does have quite a bit of spool for mobility, but with a Vitalia on such a low number, he can't really hang out in the Shadow Corruption. Now they finally find Cat, despite nearly setting up for SZ there in that previous scuffle, as Asarai mentioned. But it does look like everybody, and I mean everybody's gunning for the throat now. 8 minutes left for this play area to be reduced. Yet another Moru's Blessing has been rearing its head. And Cigar Ash, wow, I can't believe Cigar Ash is still alive despite everything that's been happening.
4-9 success, man. It's a good team. There it is. Fear my twilight crimson, for the night will be painted red. Echo Wind. Oh, man, just got slapped. Say good night, sweet prince. Oh, there's going to be a third-party team as well. 496S joins in onto the fight. Echo Wind, can you get away? Answer to that is some of a yes, but he is still getting hounded down. And speaking of which, Cigar Ash on the other side is of this fight, there is a lot of sauce making. By that I mean, oh wait, that's a Tagalog term. It's like sauce. So like, you know, you're just joining in onto the fight. I'm not sure if there's any Filipinos in the chat, but yeah, that's a saying. Like, you just do that. You say that because someone is like just joining in without any invitation whatsoever. 496S is at the helm of it. Oh, they got picked up. There it is, the triple pinata. What's the follow-up here? Hobie gone aggressive, and as they drop down, he picks them right back up. PH1 is on a rampage, and Cigar Ash, smart, gets out of the tether before it actually connects. Everybody is stunned except for him. And he's just going to reload that repeater bow of his before he dips right back in. Toby is out. Boss M still available with the Vajra. And there is a lot of knocked out bodies. The question is, as the dust settles, who will be able to pick up who, or will they even be able to do so?
That's right, Martinez doing a great job of holding on to. Hancho, though, is going to get rezzed up. Does have the option of swapping out weapons. There's a lot of fresh bodies around him if he needs the resource. But look at that. There's such a big scuffle in the center of this tiny village here, as Martinez is going to spool away from all the trouble that the rest of 496 has been causing. They do have to pop that heal, and it does look like they have a vantage point, as they're just going to be peppering them down with as much ranged weaponry as they can. Martinez, though, is ready to get back right into the action, as Hancho was not satisfied with all of that. But look at that. Just so many hits from that gold armor. It can only stand so many. The Valdeki, or rather the Viper Ning ult, is going to get popped again. Martinez does one in kind too, and even gets, or rather nearly gets, the Viper Ning. Just a little too slippery for his taste here. Not landing any grapples whatsoever. A Cigar Ash, slippery snake, but a very dangerous beast, has taken the title of being the kill leader. And he does get Boss M, threading the needle, and Boss M, not like this, and he gets tough. The timing of it all. He gets out scot-free. Oh, no, he's dead.
Shame.
Maybe he's still
not
alive.
yet. Oh my gosh.
There he is.
Okay, now he is.
Yeah, I don't know who's Scott, but definitely not free.
He's dead.
He's dead. Down to like 10 people remain. No, he's gonna get resurrected. Wow, BBS is actually quite occupied, and Hancho, he knows it's happening, and can they actually stop it from happening too? Nope, not gonna do that. You know why? Because Yotohime's F is active. Where you can stay inside that twirling blade, you can heal, you can resurrect, and no one will be able to counter you. It's a really good setup that you can do. It's a really good mechanic that Yotohime allows. And this is why I was talking about this a while ago, Raph, if our viewers are just joining in, where Yotohime feels like a hero that could work either for solos or trios. And in trios, this is one of the applications of her abilities. Really good stuff. Keeps PH1 as a full 3. And we're seeing on that overview, still a good chunk of teams are alive. We saw a while ago it was 10, but because I believe Boss M was resurrected, we're back up to 11. And this could actually turn the pace, at least for PH1, because Boss M has been the matchlet of all things when they initiate on those fights. Speaking of which, Yeri got to back away first as that fight ignites right in front of her.
That's right. We'll have to burn an armor powder here using the Scalar Rush to just get, once again, a little bit of space between her and everybody else. Madquella and Boss M are happily reunited as both of them are rocking full HP, but the fight ensues off this cliff face. So again, the circle is just getting smaller and smaller. They did have just a little bit of time to rest up. Now it's going to be Dark Knight forced to pop that Titan's Call once more. And here we have Naraka, Tianhai Point. does nearly find anyone, but what has found him is all the attention from all these cannons and ranged weaponry. Still holding on to this form, will potentially find somebody, but no, it does look like he's backed himself up in a bit of a corner here. Every single person is on this cliff, and everybody is just shooting at the Titan, but he does get Cigar Ash, burning Cigar Ash down, looking to play spoiler, and this could cause death. He's not gonna go down without taking other people away, but the area did find the flamethrower, and he gets one. Just, again, sowing the land with such desolation. Pops the ult as well, zoning out everybody. The Valaki ult in tandem, making this so problematic. Jade has been finally stunned. Rather, Nine Shade been problematic with that gold katana, but Cigar Ash is the lone member of 496S, if I'm not mistaken. And he's hiding. He's hiding. BBS. It does look like the vultures are coming down from their perches. Every single player that was hiding in the tree, jumping down on the action. The cannon fire is here. Yet another Valdaki ult, or rather another Viper Ning ult is in play right now. The ominous slash, or rather the ominous sword coming in. So far, no dice. Everybody's just forced for a reaction here. And look at this little hut. It's so messy. Every single person is mosh pitting so hard.
It's like fox getting into, or a chicken getting into a den of foxes. And everybody's just looking to just gnaw at each other. To be honest, just like maybe just one pacifist in that all of that one. Boss M surprisingly is still alive here. Yeri finally out, but they've actually done a good chunk of damage already. I think the one that is alone is Chicken. He's actually chickening up on top of the tree here. Someone is scaling on top of the roof as well. Again, you don't want to go up against a katana player with that because it's so difficult to just deal with it. Now, looking into it, BBS, full 3. So they're up against 4 others from the looks of it. BBS, PH1, Imp, as well as also another squad there. In any case, Huncho and the rest here are just looking to fight once more. And he's activated the Viper-ing ultimate. Look at this, the connection here. There is, you know, there's the circle of life, but this is the food chain, the food web, and we'll see who eats who as Simpson has gone up and running with the Vajra, and we'll see if this Vajra can go in and there it is, slap it twice, boom, delicious, and that should be a knockout. Yeah, at least one. And he gets at least some value with his ultimate before he detitans.
Another one.
Once again, oh my god, Simpson, what the hell?
He has channeled all that rage and fury like a furnace right now, burning from the inside. Down to a 1v1 now. This is what we live for. Snack versus Simpson. Trying to get as much advantages as they can. He has to pop the umbrella just to get a little bit of a space to return. Now it does look like Simpson getting outmaneuvered here. All he does is he has to hit Snack once, but it does look like Snack is going to get as much resources and even a teammate up. Or, no, not a teammate. Just resources here. Simpson just really waiting for this final duel. He does try and take out Hancho, who is at a sliver of health, but he gets comboed. I think that's it. Oh no, he does get hit by the tech catch, and what a beautiful play by BBS there.
So if it's a 1 versus 1, for sure Simpson had a chance there, but Great Sword doesn't really adhere to 2v1s. So that's going to be, BBS as your victors for this second game. Raph, oh boy, are we seeing a different pace, you know? When the going gets tough, everybody gets tougher. Oh boy.
That is absolutely true. And again, just looking at that, I love the patience from both those players. Honestly, I thought that Simpson might just suppress his armor advantage because he did have gold armor and he did have a gold sword too. Might have abused the clash mechanic, or not really abused, but you know, use it. But the thing about the great sword is it is a weapon that is all about hard reads. You multiply that to, it just gets a lot more problematic. The speed of the katana will reign victorious, at least for that duel, and BBS gets themselves on the board.
And because of that, you know, we're seeing again a lot more teams just become wilier and wilier the more that they get deeper into this tournament. Again, that game number 1 for the C&D group, just to kind of test out the waters for a bit here. And now it's kind of gone maybe full circle, because we're seeing so many teams that played or did well on game 1 just get absolutely destroyed on game number 2. And one of those is, I believe, T3T that ended up ranked 2 on game number 1, but from the looks of it on game number 2, much more different. So that's going to be something as well to definitely watch out for here. And anything in Group CD, a bit of a toss-up wrap, so we could be seeing a different leader maybe coming game number 3.
Yeah, again, there's a lot of the top teams being mixed there. PH1 really did a great job of hanging on to, so I'm guessing the point differential between them and the first team of their group not that great anymore, but BBS really making it a spicy top 4, considering this is the only this is the first day of our group stages. So moving forward, man, these teams, they've scouted out who are the true threats of each team, trying to maybe adapt a little bit, have a bit more R&D. I know it's only like what, a day gap between all these games, but still they gotta start cooking up some new strats.
Yeah, strats, or maybe just fine-tune how they fight in the 3v3s, because we really see some of the players here just show to us how well they know what their character's limitations are. Again, there are some things that you just want to use at the right when the time is not right. Excuse me, but it seems like some of the teams here just know what to do. And Fergo, like, again, Sims are just amazing with the Vajra there, using the Titan at the most pristine moment and getting some value off of that. We're seeing Viper Nings, who Twilight Crimson shouldn't really have that much value, but because of the timing, because they know that their opponents are already full committing and can't really escape from the fight, they get more than just one opponent being stunned or crowd control. They can get like 3, maybe even 5 if there's like more than like 2 teams up against you. It's really some good stuff that we are seeing right now. And I think coming into game number 2 as well, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we really saw that many Mataris being used, right? Maybe just 1 or 2. But then after that first game, we kind of gone back to the wombo combos of the Validaqui and the Tianhais.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, talking about that Tianhai Titan's Call, especially with the V3 where you get a heal when you do damage, it's been working out so much, especially in that final circle where they kind of toss them into the Shadow Corruption, which will prove so problematic for any of these teams. But once again, guys, that was a wonderful clutch, which I believe we'll be looking at onto the highlights when they are ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, for sure. So
he's ready.
I'm probably going to be just waiting for that.
He's so ready to say no rock and roll.
Oh, right, I totally forgot about that. I was just like thinking about the next thing, like what's gonna happen in game number 3, because we're probably gonna be seeing the updated scores during the break screen. So be sure to check that out, or be sure to be here when that actually comes out, because I'm trying to track all of what's happening. But I think it's so wildly different from what we saw from the A and B, where in A and B it was incredibly obvious or trackable because the matches were like just somewhat one-sided for some of the teams, right? But in C and D, at least for the first 2 games, it was a definite toss-up. So we're just gonna wait for that score update, and then we'll see how kind of game number 3 goes underway. Yeah, so I believe we are gonna go for that highlight, guys. Again, gonna go for a break as well, and we'll see the updated scores. See you guys in a bit for game number 3.
外に持ってったやはり get the charge left click can see that
来一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
Last game of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Top Clan's 2021 Winter Tournament for Naraka Blade Point. My name is Asarai, with me is Raf, and as I mentioned, we're setting up for the final event, final game of the evening in this tournament's group stage. Raf, what do you think about the matches so far for C&D?
Definitely, there's been a stark contrast between them. Both have been incredibly entertaining in their own right, with the aggression really turning up a notch as of recent for C&D. Did it start, like we mentioned, right? The first map was very, let's feel it out. Let's see what the teams can do. And then they just started outright fighting in map 2. Now, number 3 could be more of the same. For groups A and B, I would have to say that their aggression has always been a constant thing throughout all 3 maps that we saw today. And again, there's just a lot. This is still a long week ahead of us, and it's just hitting me that, my goodness, this is going to be a long circuit.
Yeah, there's at least chances, right? That's the good thing about this 3-day escapade, this 3-day group stage, is that we have all of these teams, right? And I think, like, even I was like worried for some of the teams that personally I was rooting for from the group A, B. But because I remember there's like 2 more days of group stage, there's still a chance here. But again, setting your tone, setting your pace, getting the lead during this first day is incredibly pivotal for you to have some form of footing as well as space to work with if you're not doing so hot on day 2 and day 3. So teams that can set up some amazing points right now in day 1 can definitely have an advantage to work with as the days progress themselves. And again, just to remind everybody that's tuning in, it is going to be only the top 4 from each group. So we have 4 groups, so that means that 16 teams will have the chance to get into the finals to get to that $26,000 prize or number 1 prize, excuse me. Last game of the day is already underway, so let's get into it. It's game 3, Group C and D. Here we go.
And that we are. Cigar Ash, who had a lot of the focus being put on him, took so long to fall. A lot of teams had to hard focus him. It does look like we have a bit of a brawl here going on already. But look at the leaderboards. Rather, we will be looking into the leaderboards as 3T, who was very high and mighty in the first game, looks to lose a member very early. BBS, though, they do look to continue their aggression and their momentum as Taizab is being the victim of this katana and a beautiful double hit here, but this greatsword could turn things around. Beautiful dodge, try to avoid being stuck in the pocket. The blue focus is gonna come out, baited out. The red focus will whip punish that, but no. From the distance with the bow is BBS finally finishing him off, and they are guarding this revive shrine right here.
They're guarding it to the tooth and nail, and it is working out. At least for the moment. TM also going to be in a bit of a tussle here, as we do see Akame just backs away. Oh, he notices, that his durability is already out, so he needs to take a bit of a breather here. But it's fine. TM, I think, should be somewhat in an okay stride there, as they just back on from the fight as well. And again, we still do have a couple of resurrections for these players to utilize at the start. But speaking of a start, look at that. Purple Cannon already being picked up by BBS.
Yep, looking to be loaded up as early as they can. This is, after all, a resource-rich area. And to nobody's surprise, it does look like a lot of teams are still questing, trying to get as much value as they can out of those scrolls while it's still pretty quiet. And potentially, though, with this theme going on, this could be the slowest map of the day. Gump still doesn't have any good armor on. He does have just a tiny bit of protection with that white armor, and it does look like WS. They smell blood in the water. They are running down this, but Winter fell. Oh dear me. They get caught in that Dragon Slayer, but it does look like Gerald is going to have bigger problems as he gets hit by the finishing blow by DG.
Seems like is the follow-up as well. Gump. Oh, there he is. He's found his first victim. Somebody's trying to whack it from underneath, and he finds the victim. He finds the target. He finds the takedown, which is perfect. Now he's going to just try to look to maybe find another here. Right in front of him is another Titan. He can't really yoink that, but now, oopsie. There he is. He's trying to run away, but actually gets picked up himself. And oh my gosh, how does that happen? As WS 5-1 actually drops the ball as he just loses timer on that ultimate of his, but still gets away with nay but a scratch, as the Bane Breath is just wreaking havoc onto the fields right now in front of him. And Gump, still pretty strong with the rest of his team, has to back away first and find some cover, as there is a bit of damage being hailed up from the heavens.
That's right. Trying to get as much value with the musket here is 5-1, just being a bit of a stalker here, trying to play from distance and play from the shadows. It does look like things might get a little dicey, as the Bane Breath is going to run out. This is going to prompt a lot of teams to re-aggress onto each other. The Cat jumping onto them right now, does find a bit of loot for himself. The problem with Team Cat, I think they got staggered just a little too early in that previous map. But look at this, guys. There is an exclusive gift code right on your screen. Don't forget to jump right on that to get equipped, to get looted, and to look really nice when you're cruising down Moru's Isle here. It does look like Dog Hunter and the rest of the boys are still looting up, but there's a bit of a fight going on between BBS and WS, as beautiful right-click combo there by Meltinez to absolutely melt Asuka. Does have a revive token, if I'm not mistaken. Misses the killing blow onto another WS member, but they're using verticality as much as they can, abusing the slow speed on this greatsword. And once again, they're going ring around the rosy. Haganov will get tagged up once, baits out the red parry, but no disarms whatsoever. And the combos are here. Haganov taking a bit of damage too. Super armor actually bit him in the back there, and that is going to be him out of contention, right?
Says goodnight for the night there. I'm not sure if he actually had a revive still up and running, but not gonna be our focus anymore. Is KGM up against 496, and 496 actually the losing end of the streak here. It's only Shade that remains.
They are attacking me.
He's got some cover here. He can pick up his teammate, whatnot, but yeah, his opponents immediately understood what was happening. Denies him any form of, yeah, we'll be able to pick up our boys here, but he actually still does. Shade now trying to just duck and dodge, bob and weave through all of the arrows being flung his distance. And that's going to be that as we go for another fight. Lightspeed has already used the Ominous Blade. He has the Omni Slash. Oh, I just called it Omni Slash with the daggers. That's something, but not really the most of damage. But everybody backs away as they saw the flurry of blades is coming in at the ground. Walks off, 2 HP. Looking fine, at least for the moment. And SZ, actually healthy, has healed back up. And they're diving right back into the fray. Bubbles slowing down Dark Knight as he spots out Bloom right on top of him. Tries to go for the parry, but he is not finding the right time to actually go for it. Clashing of the blades is happening, but Dark Knight not really having the best of times. But it doesn't matter because his teammates have gone and helped him out. B-Tomb is out of the count. And that could spell the rest of the B-Tomb's team just to run away. And speaking of running away, KGM giving some space, looking for some loot, because they know that they've angered a beast on the other side, which is SZ.
And still early on, we already have so many downs here, right? We only have 39 people left alive, as once again, Temo ult is going to be pop. Akame will do as out of respect as well. Samael looks to get grabbed here. This is not something he wants. And that is going to be the double slam down. That is going to proc the heal, and that is going to proc the down on Samael. OC, Cafe No Sugar, looks to run away. Nakame marching menacingly as Pampy and the rest of TM. Does he get the long range grab though? No, it doesn't. Doesn't look like they need it. Trying to bait out the red parry once again, but nope. Still a bit of a skirmish going on here between Nael and Cafe No Sugar. Will get hit by the focus attack, and that's gonna be that's gonna be it for him. Will get looted up.
That I just want to point out because Cafe Sugar he was hopeful. Like, that was a hopeless situation. He was just like charging his focus attack, like full on charge every single time, which was kind of interesting. Speaking of which, there it is once again. Combo, lovely. Stun, line up. How's the punish game though? That's the thing. Is it enough? Ooh, that Divine Bell is such a savior, as well as the Sacred Gown being thrown out here by Imps' opponents. It seems like SZ, they got this under control. Lightspeed even retaliates with the Ominous Blade, and he's not done just yet. Yeah, there it is. Simpson has to at least pick himself back out with his Vajra. And can he do the exact same thing that he did to clutch out a great performance for Imp? Well, he needs one more. He actually gets a double kill here in SZ. Might have actually made the mistake now. Lightspeed so close, barely an inch to pick that one right back up. But at least for SZ, even if they make the grave mistake here, they still should be able to resurrect a la the resurrection bead. So still should be fine, but Lightspeed does not want to drop any of his items anymore.
That's right. Lightspeed wants to hang on to this gold armor too. Very, very rare to get this, or at least very difficult once you actually find it. Does look like everybody's still kind of edge guarding here. A bit of a scuffle between Hoa TM and AG. Here, just once again, a little bit of conflict, a little bit of edge guarding. HH is also part of that rabble there, as Lightspeed still trying to find his way out of the shadow corruption here. Meanwhile, Cigar Ash and the rest of 496 looking healthy with both utility. Actually, no, not so healthy on the armor powder here, but very, very timely. He finds one right on the roof. I think that's actually a Vitalia. But the ults are ready to go. If ever they can get the jump on HH here, which seems to be the case as they're preoccupied by something else, but if they have been discovered, there seems to be yet another team looming around the corner here. And just like that, 496 engaged on IMP. Was very, very successful in their previous skirmishes, but that is not to be. And Boss M walking out of the Temok ult will find Smug and is going to get set up by Madqual and Yeri as they pepper him down, gets tossed. Smug, the ever so important Tian Hai, is going to be out of contention for DG. Meanwhile, PH1 looking so impressive with all the map control and basically overall cohesion of this team. They've been fighting as one. They've never overextended as far as we've noticed at least. And that is definitely a key contributor to why they're at the top spot of their group right now.
And speaking of key contributors, PH1 actually at the leaderboards of Group D. You know, we were talking about SZ a lot, but PH1 is the top dog right now with 36.5 points, only trailing behind BBS in Group C, which 37.4 points. Now, Chicken, wow, he actually got everybody. Can he actually follow up? Yeah, Chicken's incredibly low. He wasn't even looking the right direction. That's going to be just a slap to the face. Say goodnight. 496 and the rest. They found themselves a Simpson. And well, is it going to be a Homer or a Marge? I have no idea what that means, but well, we'll see if he can still survive because everybody is just, yeah, there it is. Taking him down, and that's going to be it.
Got hit by the blender here. The resurrections left are going to be ticked down to 0. Meanwhile, Toby and the rest of 496 are going to have to heal up here. A little bit of a peaceful stroll for PH1 as they relinquish yet another team from this from their mortal coil. And once again, I love the cohesion of this team. We never really see them take any overextended fights, nor do we see any of their members overextend themselves. But look at KGM right here. They look to fight team number 11, which is going to be Slashdown and Gump with Eco Win. Eco Win was the lone Matari in on our previous map. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, no, actually still the lone Matari. It does have the Group Unseen Wings equipped. Still yet to find a modicum of success with that. It does look like Genji has no qualms of looting right now. I think the game's going to be a little more quiet for the next 2 minutes or so as all the teams are still trying to rotate in. When Shadow 2 really hits, it's when you kind of have to be a bit more, how would I put this, conscious of the circle.
The shadow thickens.
For the moment, yeah, you mentioned it, right? Just being a bit more conscious about the circle, but at least it's not the most condensed of spaces just yet. But some of these guys have already expended their one-up, their extra life. And now it's all about who gets what. This is, again, 3 squads, if I'm not mistaken, just wailing on each other. This is BBS is the top dogs here, too. They've got some pretty sizable items already. Oh boy, did they actually just bait in the rest of the team here. Vern might have actually made the mistake of just like trying to chase down, and he actually was paying attention to his Vajra meter there. As he drops down, look at how just quickly BBS was able to retaliate. But now that's not their worry. At least if their worry is just OC is joining onto the fray. BBS, Huncho's down. That's not good. Snack and Martinez have basically let go of their bro, because there's a whole squad here, a different squad. They're just looking to just keep on fighting for this one. It's Cafe No Sugar, Penguinis, as well as Samael. But am I actually mistaken to say that? Because BBS, they're still here. They want to go for this 3 versus 2. They actually picked up their boy? I don't think so. And here we go. They're going for the fight. Oh yeah, they're back to 3 versus 3. Perfect. They've got actually Huncho back. He's down once again. But, oh, they're stacking. Oh, that longsword focus attack is... Oh, man. It actually stacked perfectly. That was so quick. They knew exactly what they needed to do in that fight.
Absolutely. It does look like... Yeah, that is pretty much the name of the game here. Ooh, you actually see a stray grab there. Nearly catching one is KD as well. Nakame still trying to shoo off as many attackers as he can. It does look like yet another team is going to join into this. We can't be avoiding all of these Titan grabs, really. We did see a fat Valdeki ult there, but we're not entirely sure if we saw the follow-up. A Cigar Ash has been the survivor for 496. Looks to continue that trend and is healing up the armor, if I'm not mistaken. KGM, though, and the rest of 496 are duking it out. The bouncing cannon shots are there too, so the soldiers are definitely on unlocked for a lot of these players. Meanwhile, the ults on Cigar Ash still not online, used very recently, so if they need that as a get out of jail for free card, it's unavailable. Klaus though looking to land a meaty heavy slash towards any of these players really. It's all a matter of who gets on the jump first, but from behind, oh dear me, those are incredibly crucial whiffs, but it doesn't matter, the follow-up is here with a charge horizontal attack. Klaus though looks to protect his teammate instead of doing a bit more damage because there's yet another puppy here. Number 13 joins in, TM, Nael. Klaus is going to be in the middle of everything, and just like that, the big whiff on another nightmare, and that spells doom for KGM as Dame, even with his ult, cannot find anybody.
Twilight Crimson used in turn. Dame backs away for the moment here, creates some space. He's getting chased down. Lone Wolf against Toby. He can't really do too much. He just has to try to get away from this one, but he picked the worst possible position to actually do that. He wasn't looking, wasn't he? I believe he was just like looking right behind him, because if he was looking forward, he would have seen those broken buildings that would have for sure just blocked his exit strategy or his exit route to get out of that particular fight then and there.
I can't believe I didn't see them
Seems
coming.
like it's not yet done. 496 spots out another squad out in the open. WS still writhing from that previous fight. Suka's down. Probably picked right back up. 5-1 about to go back to human. And WS, can they create the space? Because 496, not going to let this down standing. Or, just standing still. But there is a team that's actually right in front of them. I believe that's TM that is on the fight up against 496 here. And this could give the time for WS to heat right back up. That's a great pushback. Kame, perfect use on that Titan. But now, let's see if it can capitalize. No yoink. Nothing gonna happen too hard. But this is a three-way between these squads.
That's right, and TM have been in the thick of things for a good minute now, and 496 rather have been engaged in honorly battles, which they've really not let go of. They've been locking horns, and it still has been remain locked. But right now, TM doing the disengager, Akame understanding that his armor is all but there, and Niall using him as a platform to queue out. They do get a bit of a better position, but they do have yet another problem in the form of PH1. Looking fairly healthy. They have to choose who to turn on. They are looking to fight anybody behind them, at least in the safety of the circle here. 9 Shade, the Valdeki, rather, goodness, why do I keep mixing Viper Ning and Valdeki? Nearly lands the full focus attack, but instead will go on top of the tower. I think he sees, there's people there too. I'm not gonna do anything about that. Finally pops the ult, gets TM, gets Nael too. That's 2 people stunned. Can they capitalize on this? The full charge is here, but gets interrupted by a longsword. Still a lot of damage, but this time Nael falls as well. Akame has to be the lone survivor of TM here, but 9 Shade is not letting him go. And that is going to be doom for Nael, or rather Akame. No Divine Bell to save him too. This is going to be a tad bit itchy in Shadow Corruption 3. The 496, with the amount of resources that they've given themselves after that duel, be pretty happy. Albeit, BBS will find team number 6 also. OFCM, this is a very, very big pickoff. Super annoying to deal with a Tianhai ult in later circles, and they fully understand that. He has to pop. Try to grab some value out of that. Wow, I can't believe Hancho actually dodged that. He gets silence at the very, very last second. That enigma of a skill truly has its powers, and he has to do a delta split yet again, Aserai.
I think Karumi actually used her Sacred Grounded, and it did actually nothing to save her from the burst that BBS was already primed, cocked and loaded in this one. And Hoa, Bell is gonna ring a bell of celebration or a bell of devastation as he tries to run away. Well, unfortunately, we go to another perspective here. Wanted to see that, but we'll assume that he did not escape. And speaking of not escaping, the blue shark extinct in this one. That's gonna be that, and we're down to 15. BBS still on a fight. He's they found another squad in the form of WS, Suka 51, and Hagnaf, who, from a lack of a better term, I think are struggling in terms of their items, as BBS arguably has slightly better, at least with armor-wise. I don't think this bow is upgraded. Wait, I think it was splitting, so maybe it is the 3-fire bow, but for now, I'm not going to be looking at that because 496 is in our sights. Toby knocked up. Everybody using the ultimate from the Vile de Queen. As they drop down, all hell breaks loose. That's going to be a follow-up. Toby! Oh, we got a yoink. There it is. Perfect. I was waiting for one. Come to me.
Cap, he tried to hide in the bush, but 496...
Yeah.
Indeed. Dog Hunter is going to be the last member here, and he does have a bit of an entanglement with somebody else with Eco in. At the very least, Cap, they have one more surviving member, but Temok, not really the slippery, not the most slippery character here. Might actually run into a very healthy WS, which is the last thing he wants to do. Trying to rat out as much as possible. Circle is getting smaller, and the amount of people around him is only increasing. In fact, he gets found out. PH1 and BBS are locked in again in a duel. They find Yeri. Yeri, with a rare overextension, will fall. PH1 operating on a deficit here, trying to play the verticality game here, trying to hide within the trees, trying to use stealth to their advantage. With BBS, they have no qualms of attending to their soul frag on that exchange. But oh no, Dog Hunter, the last remaining bastion for Cat, has been found out by WS. We'll have to say goodbyes, but our goodbyes. No matter how many health soldiers he has, can't really withstand 3 players. Eco in as well. All the stragglers have been discovered, and they've been getting weeded out. Now, 2 full teams just right across each other, making this final circle all that more interesting as Haganov is dodging all these swarm pellets. They do have the high ground advantage here in team number 1. Number 15, Mad Koala, is also a straggler. A rare sight to behold. You see somebody picking up all the stuff in that bit of a store there, just trying to upgrade soul gems potentially. But look at this, BBS right under the noses of team number 1. Mad Koala. Oh, thinking about it. He's thinking about it, but instead, he just looks to occupy yet another tree.
Oh, he got spotted. Wait. Did he actually? No, he got spotted. He was being chased down, as you can see. Yeah, but that could actually be short-lived. Because even though he's getting hounded down by 496, I think BPS are making a case to just shout, "Look at me." Mad Koala can't really push through, but BBS is also respecting that fact. I think if BBS can recognize that Mad Koala is actually the one that their opponent is focusing on, they could just leave that and go for a better position, which is perfect for them. Down to 11, so I'm not sure if Mad Koala was actually knocked out or what, but the safe assumption, we'll probably see him later, if ever. But for now, we're down to at least 2 more squads that are up to full. We could have another squad that could be here, but for now, it is BBS and WS fight across 2 towers, or 2 high points, as they flung bow, arrow after arrow, ammunition after ammunition, range after range attack here. And Mad Koala is actually still alive.
The shadow thickens.
496 and Mad Koala, there's just like, just let them have their fun. WS and BBS, they're super invested. Yeah, they're super invested in this fight right now. They're like, man, let's just narrow it down. Let's tunnel vision. Let's try to poke out as much as we can. He only has 3 more repair kits. That's not the worst thing in the world, but eventually this will have to stop. Oh no, Mad Koala. He has been discovered and has been put to extinction. And that's actually Toby. Wow, beautiful last hit there by Toby. But now we are going to be looking at 3 full teams here. I would have to say that the person who engages is the least likely to win unless they get something super, super fast. But 496, bathing a little bit in that shadow. Not the most ideal situations with them. BBS, though, so kind of being the menace of this tiny bit of a graveyard here. In this fight hut, so to speak. And 5-1 lands actually a beautiful shot on Cigar Ash. Gets traded out himself. And having the lesser armor here. This is not a good look for him. He does actually get hit by the crippling shot of that bow, making things infinitely worse. Circle is only getting smaller and smaller as the playtime is winding down as well. And Shade, who has been fantastic all series long, is right under the noses of yet another team. WS, I'm pretty sure they have an inkling of what's happening. Asarai, it's just, man, like I said, the first person to engage, or rather the first team to engage, is most likely the one that gets wailed on.
What is also probably good for all of these guys is because they've taken such a long time to basically do anything, right? It's all about the positioning for them. I'm assuming all of our teams here, have their ultimate up. So it really is just, as you mentioned, one wrong step. But if anybody engages with the wrong timing, it could actually get thrown back onto them if they're not prepared as well. Regardless if they can answer back with their own items. So that could be something. The fight just break right on top and right underneath. And just peppering down with shots, and Cigar Ashes has his cannon up and running. So I'm curious if they're gonna drop down, but just probably suicidal, because that just means the other squad has free reign to follow up and just basically pick up the scraps. Zone hasn't really forced 496 out of this position just yet, but BBS is already on the advance, knowing that WS still up here on the hill, so they'll have to at least dethrone them from there, or for the least part, BBS just actually fighting on this house. This is not the best of position, and they actually are scaling on top. WS figured this out, and from what looked like to have been 496 in the back end of things, they actually have better positioning now. They can make this happen, because now they're late to the fight. They're third partying into the clash. Huge tidal wave to come out from the Val de Qui, as 496 claims throne to the high ground, and they've already used Toby. His flung one back up. Easy pickings. Cannon, repeater bow, and a slap to the ground with the kill.
That's right, the Swarm is here too, fully locked and loaded. Not gonna land, or rather not gonna last too long, but lands absolutely everything, having maximum value. Quick swap out to the bow. Does have a katana for close range encounters here as 496's Shade looks to be the MVP for his team. BBS's Hancho looking so low. The Viper Ning ult is gonna come out. Crimson, are we going to be seeing? No, we get a beautiful save by Maltinez here, and a beautiful double slam that could equalize it. Oh dear me, 496, it looked like they had this in the bag, but BBS, they steal it away. Toby's the last survivor here. Can he hold on as he is getting held on and getting slammed down? Nearly gets grappled again, but the bow finishes him off.
Oh no.
And BBS, they win 2 in a row. That is crazy.
How did that happen? That, you said it already, crazy is a definite understatement in that endeavor. What was that? Let me just check.
That's a lot.
That was, yeah, obviously it was a lot of points. So 22 points, 22 kill points for BBS here. So we haven't gotten the +5, so that's 27. Then they have the multiplier, or 22 times 1.6, so that's gonna be like 40.
If I'm not mistaken, they are Group C, right? They're Group C, or are they Group
BBS?
B?
Yeah,
Again,
I believe this.
Yeah, they're Group C, right? So yeah, with that being said, they're probably the top dog of Group C. Pretty much undisputed at this point. They're the first back-to-back winners too of the day, and of course of the circuit of the Winter Invitationals.
That was so good for BBS there. 496, they had it in the bag, but still respectable for 496. They have 15 kills in total, so they still did a good regard into that particular fight, Raps, or into that final little bout. As you mentioned, it looked like it's supposedly them winning, but it really goes down again to those split decision makings that these players do. And boy, oh boy, does BBS come that with spades. Martinez, fantastic player on the Tien High, and just put someone who's good with like their flicks, and look at the flick of that wrist, and just see everybody getting slapped around by the Vajra, by the Titan. So congratulations to BBS for, I would say, a dominant performance. But again, still day number 1, group stage. We're still fresh in this tournament. Still 2 more days to go.
question is, what about Group D? Who is the one hanging on to Group D? Because if I remember correctly, it was PH1 taking the lead, but very, very narrowly. Later on in the day, we're going to be looking at the overall leaderboard, so we're going to see how, how all the points have been spread out. Right now, all we're doing is we're kind of waiting for the highlights just to, give you guys a quick reminder on what's been going on and what are the key moments you might have missed. But overall, I think we have a firm understanding of what the meta of the Winter Invitational is. It's really the team fighting. Again, we saw Lone Matari, not the greatest outing, but still a valiant effort. The Unseen Wings was I would say, a pretty interesting experiment to say the least. Very, very strong in solos, incredibly strong in solos. But once you put her in a tri-stack, everything just changes.
Yeah, it's good for escaping, but I think it's fair point to say right now that you can't really escape any of these teams. They just know where you're going to go. It could work, as you mentioned, maybe in a pub game, but in a game where everybody just can just track almost anything, Matari's blinks just basically amount to nothing. And the invisibility can just go as far as just that, right? But to answer your question, with the Group D, so PHI has 36.5 points. TM, that followed up behind him, is 20.1. And then it's kind of a toss-up between the four teams right below that, which is LHW with 16.8, KGM with 15, OC with 14.6, and Impunity with 14.2. Also forgot to mention that Impunity, one of the revered teams in Southeast Asia, I think Singapore, Malaysia, for their mobile games division. So if you guys might have seen them and their logo, they're more known for that. So I am quite happy to see them play something different from what they normally do, which is PC gaming. They're fairly okay with their standings, but not enough to be at least in the top 4 for this day one. But again, it's only day one. We still have 2 more to go.
2 more days, 2 more cutthroat, very ruthless days. And tomorrow, I think, just like the nature of every game that is, or rather every match that we get that is in the center point, that is the pivotal ground. For some teams, it could be the clinching moment that they can honestly not care about the rest of the points they gather, because again, sometimes it just becomes insurmountable. I think Group A, or was it Group B, that had the landslide of points? I think that was a 20-point gap between first position and second position. Again, I'll have to review that, guys. Just trying to play off memory here. Still a long day, maybe a bit of switch ups. Definitely Tianhai is here to stay, guys. For everybody joking about how it's been Naraka Tianhai point, I think that's going to be a recurring theme for a long time.
It probably will be. Anyways, guys, we have the highlights for you already prepared, so we'll leave you for this one. We'll come back in a bit. And we are back. Yeah, so basically that quick little break is just to give us more time to tally the points, because again, it's much more varying, I think, from what we saw from the first set of groups here with A and B. C and D a little bit closer, but we still do see the some of the teams really shining right now, most notably probably BBS. And here we go, Raph. I'll give it to you. Give us our tally for today.
And look at that. Group A with Full Sense on top of the competition with 62 points. Group B's Bamboo is leading the charge with 84.8. Group C, BBS this time, 77.6. And Phi with 44.5. Group D looking to be the most competitive one when it comes to the point differentials. But everybody else has been doing a great job. Again, that coveted top 4 spot is still in question here, especially with GHT, WS, LHW, IMP, WCL, PP, and VTY all in question. But yeah, again, I know you're smiling. I can see you right now. It's just all the competition. SZ, though, having a bit of a skid here, I have to say.
I actually thought they had some points because it seemed like they were winning, right? A couple of their fights. So actually, I'm dumbfounded to see them like with 0 points because it seems like they were winning a lot of the fights. I don't know. Well, in any case, that's probably the most unfortunate thing. Second and third one would be TG and OS with 3.9 and 5.8, as you mentioned. But damn, both. Is this right? This is another Bamboo Esports team, BBS, with 77.6. 6 sister teams.
Dominant.
Clapping in their respective groups. They're not even in the same set of matches for the day, at least. But
that's true.
We should be seeing their matches day 3, I think, because tomorrow is AC and C and BD. So the BC and AD would be group day 3, I believe. So we'll probably see how Bamboo Esports and Bamboo Esports Other will be fighting against each other for that one. But yeah, 84 and 77, quite ludicrous.
They're doing their orgs really proud. Again, everybody for representing. All of you guys should be proud. I know there's a lot of fanfare with Bamboo right now. I saw a chat earlier like, oh yeah, Bamboo's doing a lot of job. Oh yeah, Full Sense. Really not surprised. But again, guys, for our future endeavors in our second day, it is like Asarai mentioned, Group A versus Group C and Group B versus Group D. So there's going to be a bit of a switch up. Question is, how are these teams going to adapt to their new competition?
This could be some saving grace for other teams here that were struggling. And again, a lot of, I think, our viewers right now were quite looking forward to their favorite streamers / competitors that they fairly well know, most notably On Me. But again, from those 3 matches that we saw earlier today, not really the best. I guess to point out as well, that's not us belittling any of these teams. Just wanted to point out as well, because I'm pretty sure there was a lot of excitement for the viewers out there to really see some of their favorite players here and favorite streamers compete. But man, the competition really is quite intense and fierce. This Bamboo Esports came out of nowhere and set the tone for any group that they were in, which is kind of ridiculous. And we are still just on the first day. We could see maybe some adjustment or maybe even a change of scenery in terms of opponents could be what just the doctor ordered for some of these teams to get back on the race here and have a saying. Because even if you got like 80 points at the very start, if another team can do the same thing at day number 2, we could be looking at an equalizer here if ever. But of course, they're going to be chasing an 80 point team when they're like, let's say, average 10 or 20 points, which is a huge deficit coming into day number 2 as well. So these teams catching up, they definitely have to try to get as much as they can on that second day, or else the third day, it might be too late.
Yep, that is definitely not something you want to see, but I believe we are still, kind of recoiling from all the action we saw today. And Bamboo on both sides on S and E. Amazing stuff, just to really point that out there. And I don't know if we ever got confirmation on this, but PHI is our last, or rather our only PH representative. They've been doing well for themselves too. And I love how every single team has been performing despite what the points have been saying. This is the cream of the crop. The competition has only been a bit more difficult, but any last words before we say our goodbyes, Asarai?
This is only the beginning. My gosh, that's me. That's my final statement here. Yeah, anyways, yeah, so we are going to be exiting as the casters. Again, my name is Asarai. With me is Raph. Guys, we're going to be seeing you tomorrow for day number 2 here at the group stage. So we're pass it on to our host to end the stream for the night. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you guys, thank you for your thrilling casting. Well, to be honest, it has been such a wonderful day, and I'm sure all the players and audience all enjoyed it so much. And I personally had a fun time too. At today's matches, we witnessed NDQA has got 9 kills and their team members have a clear division of labor. Like, we've seen a lot of 3 and quant strategies from them. And as for Infinity, when enters the final, GAU TV and NDQA has both released their ultimate, which has shown us a spectacular moment. At the end, we would like to say thank you to all our partners again: Twitch, Nemo TV, Video, EGG Network, Facebook, and YouTube. Thank you for helping us broadcast today's matches, and special thanks to our local livestream partners, Mineski. Tomorrow we'll have the Group A versus Group C's matches and Group B versus Group D's matches. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you back here at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Good night and see you, everybody.